story. Uh, it was a Shopify business, and uh, it was Wave if you like. I don't know if you're joining from my courses. Maybe you've seen I mentioned sometimes in my courses. I mentioned that website, not Shop if you like, Wave if you like. It was a kind of a T-shirt store, where you can have Wave if you like anything, like Wave if you like soccer, Wave if you like vacation, Wave if you like music. And the idea was that people would be social. Like if you wore that T-shirt and the T-shirt said "Wave if you like boxing or soccer, vacation," people would wave at you, and it would be like an icebreaker. And I started it around the time of COVID, and I thought it would be a nice tie break icebreaker, and um, it never really took off. And I sold a few of those T-shirts, but I kept it around because I really, really liked the idea. Um, and it was a Shopify website, and so I'll tell you all the issues that like Shopify kind of contributed to the problems. Uh, Shopify has crazy price gouging because if you are familiar with WordPress, you can get really good WordPress hosting for like $5 a month. Even today, better. You can get like AI software to create and host your website for like $20 a month, like Replit that I actually use. But Shopify, for what it is, it way overcharges. Like the cheapest tier is $29.99, so it's $30 a month. But it's actually not viable because you really need the tier up because they had this sneaky feature that, like, when I started on Shopify, they didn't have that feature. But they, a couple of years ago, a year or two, they added this feature where if you wanted to have the ability to edit your site and you wanted to also have a freelancer, like a designer or a freelancer or another marketer, which almost everybody needs, right? At some point, you're going to hire some kind of a freelancer. Uh, you have to go up to the next tier, and the next tier is like $80 a month. Not only that, they take some percentages from your sale because there's like transaction fees, and once you get Shopify, you can't get out of Shopify. Like you can't easily just say, oh, okay, I'm just doing WordPress now. Like once you're in the Shopify ecosystem, you're like stuck in the Shopify ecosystem. So uh, you're kind of stuck paying 30, but really $80 if you have any kind of a team, $80, which is just crazy price gouging because like anything else, like WordPress is like 10 times cheaper and sometimes better because a lot of freelancers that you might hire to help you, more people know how to use WordPress. So that's more popular. By the way, Sam, I see you in the chat. How are you? Uh, yeah, so I ended up kind of having this decision because what you can do on Shopify, you either have that profession, more or less the tier you need, which is $80 a month, then the tier, just the basic tier, that $30 a month. But that business was kind of just on cruise control, like I wasn't doing much with it. So it ended up that I was just paying $30 a month for it without doing too much. And even to just kind of pause the business a little bit, you had to get like a $9 a month account, and it was just like draining. Um, yeah, I know, Sam. I had an issue with the camera for a few minutes. Um, I was like dealing with the settings, but now we are here. But yeah, uh, Shopify, like, because I know a lot of people ask about Shopify, and Shopify has so much hype. Like, people want to start a Shopify store. There's a lot of functionality that you have on WordPress that you have on Shopify. You can get a good store template with WordPress. Oh, by the way, also on Shopify, the templates are more, at least I'm not expert in Shopify templates, but when I looked into it, the Shopify templates were like, more of them were paid, and the basic ones just didn't give you enough. So it just wasn't like, it was just like the whole experience was just more from different. You pay here, pay here, pay here, pay. So it was kind of a difficult business because a lot of people start a Shopify store and they think I'm going to sell whatever I'm going to sell, but selling is hard and it takes a long time to start making sales, and so people struggle because if it's $30 a month, but if you have to hire a freelancer, it's like $80 a month because you need to get the next year. And as people are like maybe spent money on inventory already, not making revenue, and they're paying $80 a month for Shopify, it's kind of a killer of small stores. I feel like they should have an option for smaller stores that's affordable. Because once you have a bigger store, that's not a problem. But if you have a small store and you're paying, like, really the tier you need is $80, which really made me mad because when I signed up for Shopify, the features you needed were for like the $30 tier, which is expensive, but you can live with it. But at $80 for hosting, I didn't like it. Let me read your comment, Sam. I have hired a marketing company to help me with Facebook, LinkedIn, and social media. Interesting. How did you decide to hire them? That's new because last time we talked about like maybe focusing on local SEO for you, right? Like that'll be the easiest first step because I don't think for your business you really need that. I know a lot of people sell you that kind of service. People say, "Oh, I'm going to promote your business on LinkedIn and Facebook ads and all this," but uh, a lot of times the results aren't that great. But at $90 a month, it's not a terrible risk. Um, but I would recommend for you, Sam, because we've talked for a few times now, I would recommend to strongly focus on the local SEO just because it's low-hanging fruit for you, and you need some like early wins kind of thing. And I think that will be a good first step. It's not going to make you a millionaire, but I think it's a good first step. I see. If that's what they'll do, okay. Let's see how it goes. Um, all right. So what should we talk about today? So those were the reasons I didn't like Shopify. They price gouge, and you're stuck in the Shopify ecosystem. Like you can't move off it. Like if you're in WordPress, you can move different hosting. If you don't like hosting, you can move hosting super easily, or not super easily, but easily. Like it's doable. With Shopify, you have to totally, completely rebuild your website from scratch and then transfer domain. So it's possible, but it's a bigger headache. So you're kind of stuck on Shopify, paying higher rates, and paying other things like for the Shopify template. So I didn't love the experience on Shopify, and that business I ended up killing it off. It was kind of sad because I've had it for a few years. I was kept thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna get back to it. I'm gonna get back to it," but even it taught me a really interesting lesson. One of the reasons I didn't have a good appetite for that business is because it's like it was a t-shirt store. So if a t-shirt is like $19.99, which is $20, after the fees, after the discounts, after you gotta pay to the t-shirt printing store, you kind of keep $10 or less, and then you gotta like sometimes deal with customer support and things like that. So I actually thought, okay, like so many headaches for, let's say you even make $10 per sale, all right, but to make a living, let's say not even a living, to make $1,000, you really like need like 100 sales a month in the good case, which is hard to do, and to make $5,000 a month, which is like like in America, it's kind of middle class. Maybe even today with inflation, it's like lower middle class, even less than a teacher probably in most cases. Well, you have to sell 500 T-shirts, and actually that's super hard to do because it's so hard to get that traffic, because the amount of effort to get traffic to a T-shirt store, because you're going to get that traffic, the buying traffic, not just browsing traffic, but buying traffic, which usually comes from SEO. And it's hard to run ads because you just don't have enough margin to run the ads profitably. And on social media, people may or may not buy it, but by the way, are you getting an echo of my audio? Um, I hear like a little bit of an echo. I'm not sure how to exactly stop it. If you hear an echo, let me know, because I kind of hear it and I'm not totally sure how to stop it. I can start pressing buttons, but it better that if I actually keep talking. Um, but let me know in the chat. Um, so where was I? Yeah, so the opportunity was just little for the amount of work, because I could do it. Like it's kind of my marketing strength to do SEO. So I could rank that website for different keywords that have to do with t-shirts, but the amount of time and effort it would have taken would have um oh, I see a long L. I don't know how to pronounce this name. I'm gonna call L. Hey, hello. I see a lot of repeat people. The L. I don't know how to say this. Ragol. Maybe you can tell me how to call you. But thank you. I'm glad you don't have the echo. And living and lifestyle in Citrus County. I don't know your name, because sometimes if your screen name is your name, I see your name. But if your screen name is just a screen name, I don't know who you are. So maybe you can say hello. Uh, and by the way, thank you everybody for letting me know that there's no echo. But also, um, yeah, I'm trying to read the name. Is it Zinab? Einab? Um, I, I I'm assuming you're coming here from Udemy, and yeah, let me know what courses you're taking, and if you have any questions. Hi, Mike, and hi, Mohammed. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you have any questions about anything you're working on or anything you want to discuss, usually on these YouTube lives, I have a little bit of an agenda of what I want to discuss, kind of a pre-planned thing. We talked about, you joined a little after, but we talked about Shopify. We talked about this kind of business that this week I killed off. Like there was this business that I really liked. I wish it worked out, but I ended up killing it off. It was like a Shopify business selling these kind of t-shirts where it was like the brand was Wave If You Like. So you can, it had like Wave If You Like letters on it, and it would be anything like Wave If You Like soccer or music, whatever. And it was meant to be like a icebreaker between people. But that business it just didn't. I wasn't never able to put a lot of time into it, because it was always low priority. Because what I was explaining was, when you sell a T-shirt, you make profit like $10, and for, to make $5,000, like I live in the United States, it's not even a great salary in the United States. You're kind of like middle class, but it's super hard and takes a super long time to get to a level of 500 T-shirts a month. Plus, you're always at the whim of Google, because if Google stops driving you traffic or the algorithm changes, okay, your sales drop. But even if it doesn't, it's just the demand just isn't there for that kind of those kinds of T-shirts. And I could have tried to get publicity and make it into a brand, but again, $10 per sale. It was going to be so hard to go incremental. And by the time you get to 10,000 sales, which is $10,000 a month, which is most people would like that, you have to hire staff, because you need somebody to do a whole bunch of other tasks, because you've got so much volume. So you're not really making that 10,000, because you're like paying people. And so the opportunity cost just wasn't there. It was like too incremental. And a lot of people who are not the first time with me on this call, they will know that I created this cryptocurrency token, which works in a completely opposite way. Because when you create a token, you own a lot of shares. They're not really called shares, but let's call them shares. And so if the price goes up by a penny, and what if you own like 1 million shares? Well, that's a significant rise in um, lift in value. So all you have to do is, like every 10 cents you get the token to go up, you end up earning a lot more money in theory. And I really like that bigger opportunity business, because when you're, I don't know what some of the people, which courses you're in, but like when you're evaluating your business idea, yeah, there's the short term. You can make a little money in the short term, but where is this business getting you in the longer, in the midterm? Like in 2 years, like with the t-shirt store, I would have been maybe in a good case at a few $1,000s per year revenue after like a lot of work. But if I did the same, a lot of work for a business that scales better, like the cryptocurrency business, that's far greater potential. And while both can fail, it's a better bet to have, to go in on a business that has that crazy good potential that can grow really fast. And so for that reason, I thought, okay, I've got this cryptocurrency token and I've got, Udemy, obviously, so I'm super busy. I'll never be able to get to the t-shirt store. I tried to get partners for it, but they all flaked at different times. And, like, they're like, yeah, great idea. And then the next day, like, not so great idea. So I was even generous. I was like, you can take all the revenue. I just, just manage it, grow it. But even with that, people didn't do it. So it's okay. So now I'm back without that. So I basically closed that business. I took down my Shopify this week. I kind of had a sad moment. But yeah, now that business is dead. So I killed off that business this week after a couple of years of hoping to get back to it, but then I realized I'm never going to get back to it. I'm just paying Shopify monthly fees, so I'll stop that. So I saved at least $30 a month on Shopify fees, but that business is dead. So I kind of wanted to start this live stream by sharing some news that I had, because it's kind of a learning moment that I had, because on the outside that business looked pretty good, and just when you do the math of like what's called the unit economics, like per t-shirt sold, how does that scale, and with scale comes headaches like customer support, etc. The website always had some issues because I wasn't like that great at Shopify, and I didn't want to keep paying freelancers to keep on maintaining it, because usually I'm kind of like a do-it-yourself guy. So it was going to be a big drain. So I ended up killing it because just the long-term potential was too incremental. There wasn't a way for that business to go hockey stick. Like usually what you want is, in all cases, you struggle, or if you're watching this way, you would start here. Struggle, and at some point it goes up and becomes like a hockey stick, whatever. My charts are off because I'm reversed. For me, up and to the right is like this, but that's back to the left. Anyway, uh, so and to do up and to the right is actually kind of tricky. So anyway, so usually you want struggle, but then there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and the reward is disproportionate. That's what you want, the disproportionate result after a whole bunch of struggle. But with that business, it was always going to be like struggle. It may be like a little going up, but it was that hockey stick moment was just never going to happen. So that's why, that's like the biggest reason for that decision. If I can do the math and I can see, oh, okay, if I do all the hard work and there can be that potential for the hockey stick moment, I wouldn't have killed it. But that was, that was really the deciding factor. And of course, the Shopify price gouging, and that I hated Shopify. By the end, I hated Shopify. Like, I would recommend people against it. It could be people will say you just don't get it. Fine, but my experience was that it's far worse experience than WordPress, far more expensive, and other issues as well. So I'm not a fan of Shopify. In any case, I have other topics on my agenda, but does anybody want to discuss anything? Is anybody want to share what you're working on and what kind of questions you have? Because at the same time as I'm presenting my own ideas, I'm monitoring the chat. So if you have anything you're working on, if you have anything you want to chat about, or specifically if you have any questions that you want answered, this is a great forum, because I'll be able to spend as much time as needed and really be able to give you really full answers, like more than, in other times. If you message me on Udemy, we can write a little bit, but it's not nearly the same. So don't be shy, be brave. The chat is open. I can tell you about other things I'm working on, but it's probably better for you that you get your answers answered. Questions answered. So sometimes when I do these live streams live, I notice later I'm like mixing up words, like your answer is answered. I'm like, okay, is it late or I'm just getting old? I don't know, maybe both. I am having some senior moments. Your answer is answered. So I'll tell you also, um, I'm really starting to enjoy Replit and vibe coding. I know Sam has heard me talk about it, but uh, like today you can create your website or actually websites or apps with AI without any actual coding. Like a couple of years ago, you would have to spend like thousands of dollars for an engineer, or if you want WordPress, it would be hundreds of dollars probably. If you want like build a mobile app, it would be thousands of dollars. But now for 20 bucks a month, I have Replit, which is just AI, and the vibe coding is basically when you tell it in English what you want. So I tell it, like build me this feature, build me that feature, and so it's pretty exciting. Uh, I'm going to expand my crowdfunding site that I'm building with it, specifically crowdfunding with cryptocurrency, because I'm trying to get people to use my token for fundraising for their projects because they can avoid inflation, they can save on different fees. Like for example, Shopify, they have minimum 3% fees. You don't have to pay those fees with cryptocurrency. The fees are like tiny, tiny, minuscule. They're like 0.3% or something, for like network fees or just to pay to send your cryptocurrency. But like the fees are minuscule, and then you can pass on those savings to consumers, which will give you bigger sales, which will give you more sales and higher conversion rates. So you can do so many things with basically DeFi, decentralized finance, which is I admit, like a super boring concept. Like nobody in their right mind, unless they're super nerd, wants to hang out and learn about DeFi. I certainly f- generally found it boring, but after a little while, it was quite eye opening just how much the government manipulates money on the banks and how much middlemen take of the value of your money, and when you use cryptocurrency, how much value of your money you can retain. This is going to be an old story for Sam, but for example, I did an experiment with ChatGPT where I asked ChatGPT, hey, over the last 40 years, what is the inflation rate on the dollar? And ChatGPT said 3% approximately, and that's what the government is aiming for. That's a reportedly, healthy inflation rate. The word healthy inflation rate is debatable among um, people in finance and economists, but for us, we can keep that. So it's like 3% is healthy. And then I asked ChatGPT, hey, what's the real inflation rate? And how does the government manipulate how they report inflation rate? And then ChatGPT give me all these reasons, all these ways that the government manipulates the inflation rate. And by the time we did all the calculations and adjustments with ChatGPT, it was like 5+%. But that also depends because, like, I know, like, to go out to a restaurant, like, it's like 3 times more expensive than maybe 15 years ago or 10 years ago. So that's not 5% inflation. That's like way greater inflation, like way, 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 way. So the value of your money really erodes if you hold a dollar. So you've got to like hold assets that appreciate. And so these are the kinds of things you learn when you like learn personal finance or about decentralized finance, which is kind of the merging of personal finance and business finance with cryptocurrency. I admit it's the most boring thing in the world, but it's kind of fun to make your money go further so that you have to work less, and that's actually really fun. That's actually what makes this topic fun for me, is that for a long time I couldn't focus on it actually because I was just so busy in my business, working, 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 trying to grow my business, and I just didn't have the mental space and the mental capacity to focus on personal finance and like how do you, if you have a dollar, how do you turn it into two later, or 150 at least, because if you just put money in the bank for at a CD, okay, they give you 4%, and you think, wow, that's so great, 4%, and a lot of people don't even put it into a CD, but knowing that real inflation is 5%, well, at 4%, you're still losing your money. And if you don't put your money in the CD, well, like in just hold cash, the value next year is 95%, the value after that is 90%, the value after that is 85%, the value after that is 80%, and so on and so on. So it's like you really lose all the hard earned money so quickly. So that's really what kind of put me over the top of like, I'm going to learn personal finance and DeFi because I just got to do this. It's like like a personal responsibility kind of thing. And I'm really glad I did. So that was actually part of why I ended up making this token, because I saw in the numbers and the finances, I'm like, wow, it can have so many like real benefits. Now, I know that people are waiting for, because I see some questions. Let me read the questions so that I can catch up. Sam says, question. Thanks for labeling a question. It's good, easy for me. So actually before that, I attend these because I become smarter every time I attend. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you, Sam. I like when that you attend, because you bring really good, like an open mind and a really positive attitude. Thank you. And then the question, so tell this marketing company focus on local, you, and there's another question, I'll get to it. Here's my take on marketing companies. The marketing activities are so easy, to make because you already have that course, I think, on local SEO. It's so easy to set up your account. It's so doable. Like it's not a hard task. And I think when you have your hands on it and you kind of get your hands a little dirty and actually do everything, it's better for you, because even though there's a tiny bit of a learning curve, it's frustrating. You learn the in and outs of your business, and you're stronger for it, because then you can edit little thing there, edit little thing there. And a lot of times these companies, they aren't good, because I'll tell you a story. You're in my SEO masterclass. What really fascinated me and surprised me is that I don't know if it's half, but like a super large percentage of people, surprisingly large, are people who are like, agency owners or freelancers in SEO, but they don't know how to do SEO. They're selling the SEO services, and they're coming to my course to learn how to do SEO, sometimes private messaging me and asking me, hey, I got a client asking me for this. I don't know how to do this. And I'm thinking, like, how can you sell SEO services when you don't know how to do SEO services? You're in my class learning SEO, right? It doesn't make sense. But I've been running that class and I'm updating it for the last 10 years. So I have like, that class actually, I think, has like 100,000 students by now by itself. But so many of them don't, like, they're actually promoting SEO services as agencies and as freelancers, but they actually don't know how to do the SEO. Their hope is to get a client, and then they're gonna go themselves and hire some kind of an SEO firm for cheaper to do the work, and then they make money on that arbitrage opportunity, which is fine, kind of, but it's kind of absurd also in like when you're hiring online freelancers, they all say they're so great, they'll do this for you, they'll do this. And I'm extra weary when they promise to do like you wrote, Facebook and LinkedIn and SEO and this and that. So they're kind of like, if they're so amazing and senior and they know everything, why are they charging $80 a month? It's like kind of little. So they might do the basic stuff for you, but I don't think, they're not going to go the extra mile. They're not going to do the extra things. They're going to cut corners because there isn't a lot of margin for them at $80. So you'll likely have some super junior person working on your stuff. Maybe they'll do a few things right, maybe not. I'm very, very not positive about hiring freelancers for marketing, because if you're doing something complicated, okay, hiring is fine. And there's like a good moment for hiring when you figure out the business of your business, when you figure out your marketing, and you need to save time to outsource, yes. But a lot of times people just overpromise and they're not even good themselves. So I don't want to be like super super negative. I know that's maybe how I'm coming across, and maybe you were excited about working with that agency. But my strong preference, that people don't like it, but I believe in figuring it out yourself, trying yourself. When you need some specific help, like why can't I do this? Why can't I get growth on Instagram or something? Then that's when you get help and ask questions and stuff like that. But uh, hiring like from point zero is a recipe that I don't like, because I see time and time again, like you're basically hiring junior people who are going to cut corners because they just want to make money. Because I don't know, like, okay, that's enough of the negative stuff from me. This is just my take. Like, I've seen a lot of this, so whenever I can, I steer people towards do it yourself. I understand, like, we've talked a few times, you tried yourself and it was kind of hard to do, so maybe this can be helpful. But what I would suggest as a middle ground is to watch closely what they do. Don't just let them work and work and, like, they'll give you a report at the end of the month. Ask them, what are they doing? Okay, they're going to charge some fee. What goes into that? What are going to be their tasks? Like, ask in detail, and then they'll tell you. Let's say for example, they'll tell you, we're doing link building, or we're doing local marketing. Don't take that as the answer, because those are blanket terms. They don't mean anything. You ask, what are you doing in your link building? What are you doing in your local marketing? This is when you get to know what they are doing. Because if they say, we're link building by adding links and comments, you have to fire them, because that's a horrible strategy that is more likely to penalize you than help. It will never help, and they're just wasting your money and time. Okay, so that's why you have to know exactly what they're doing. Get their task list if they are secretive, because sometimes they are secretive. Like, because if they tell you, here's what we were doing, they may be worried that you're going to fire them and just do what they're doing by yourself. But you cannot not know what they're doing. It's better to fire them. If they cannot be transparent, you have to also worry. There's a realistic, very real risk of they might do something that will get you penalized. So you better make sure they're doing things that are actually going to make your money go a long way, that they're spending, and won't get you penalized. So you have to know, like, get the task list. Let me suggest this to you. Something like Monday, I plan to do another office hours. I'm not sure. But before Monday, Sam, get their task list, and you're going to paste it into our chat here, and we're going to go over it line by line so that everybody on the call can see, and you and I can figure it out. Like, are they good or are they not good? Because like, everybody will tell you, I'm so good. Nobody says, I'm so bad, I'm going to take your money and not do much. Nobody tells you, right? So let's do that. Can you get their task list so that you can have that list, and we can look at it together? I think that may be helpful. And if I say, wow, that looks amazing, it's better than what I would have thought, then okay, great. Then you have the full approval. You have my stamp of approval. I don't know if that means much, but at least we examined it and used critical thinking without taking them at face value. That's what. Maybe can we do that, since you join my calls and I appreciate that you're in every call? Can we do that in the next call while I wait for your answer? Sergey joined. Sergey is a veteran online instructor. Sergey has like 70 plus courses on Udemy, and he's been on Udemy since 2012. Is that right, Sergey? So he's a very good Udemy person, Sergey. Thanks for joining the call, Sergey. We're lucky to have Sergey on the call. He actually does a lot of cool online business things. Sergey does like eBay. He's an eBay expert. He's an Etsy expert. Actually, you missed, Sergey, you missed this thing where I was talking about Shopify. Did you miss my Shopify talk or no? Because I know you do a lot of stuff in e-commerce, and I was talking about how much I hate Shopify. Maybe Sergey can comment. I see your question, Sergey. There was like one question above that, so I'll ask you. Um, So let me read the question. And by the way, Sam, if you haven't paid them yet, uh, get their task list of what they're going to do for you, and let's scrutinize it before you pay to see if they're good. So, on Monday, if I'm not 100% sure if I'll do a call like this on Monday, but if I will, maybe we can examine it then. Udemy allows me, like every instructor gets 4 what's called educational announcements. This is how you get the email that we're going to do a live call. Today, I sent my 3rd educational announcement of the month, which means I have 1 more left this month. So I'll probably do 1 more live stream, and after that, I won't do another one just because I won't be able to inform the students. So I might do a live stream about other topics, but it might not be interesting. So the Monday is kind of what I'm tentatively planning the next and possibly last live stream of this month. In any case, let me quickly read the questions so I can answer. And thank you everyone for being so lively in the chat. So, what do you think brings in the most money during this period? During what kind of period? Can you clarify that question? Like, do you mean like what kind of a business to start? Or let me answer the way that I interpret your question. A lot of people want to know, like, what's the best way to make money today? What are the popular business ideas? I have gotten this question since 2012. A lot of people want to know, like, how do you make money today? What works online? By the way, Sergey, he's also on the call in the chat. He can also chime in because I think he makes money online in like 5 or 10 different ways, or over time he's done like 20 different things. But today, this question is really hard to answer because it's not clear which businesses will be killed by AI entirely or partially in a year or two. Like 2 years ago, I would tell you, if you're a good WordPress developer or WordPress designer, I would tell you, hey, you can make $1 million on Fiverr. Like, you could, by getting a lot of clients and then hiring developers under you to work for you. Like, there was a path to that. Today, it's a dead business. Nobody's hiring for this because you can get a website made by AI in 15 minutes for 10 times cheaper and 20 times faster and better a lot of times. So that business is dead, and most of Fiverr is dead. Like, oh, make a design, that's dead. Make a website, that's dead. It's no more needed. Like, I literally had $4,000 in my like Fiverr account because a long time ago I was a Fiverr seller, and I made a lot of money as a Fiverr seller, and I left that money and I just kept spending it every once in a while because I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna need to hire freelancers every once in a while. But I took that money out because I'm like, there's almost no services that Fiverr offers that I need, because copywriting help, AI. Design help, AI. Website help, AI. Images help, AI. Video editing, not totally AI, but I already have a guy. So, like, 80% of Fiverr, like, I don't know, like, I don't know what they're gonna do. So, that's dead. But so are so many, like, online hustles, Uh, that's the hard thing about answering this question, is like, it's really hard to know which businesses won't be killed by AI. It's a mystery. Even online courses, like, there's like fear that it might, education might be so changed and altered by AI that the courses as we know them today might change dramatically. And I don't know, I try to keep up, abreast of all the latest developments and try to roll with the punches. But it's a scary time. But to answer your question, uh, what makes money today reliably? I think that there's another part of this question that has to be said. Makes money today and not gonna die in 3 or 6 months. So that's a tricky one, because there's a lot of things that make money today. Like, I can say, I can say a lot of things like affiliate marketing, selling products online, buying Bitcoin. There's a million things, but I don't know what you like. And I don't know, like if I tell you buy Bitcoin, which is the cheapest way to make money, easiest way to make money because you don't actually have to do any work. You might say, I hate cryptocurrency. So I don't know what you like or what you would want to get into. For me, online courses still work. Cryptocurrency still works. And what's really exciting me today is personal finance, which is something I would never think I would say, but it's exciting to um, like look at what's coming around, like driverless cars, driverless taxis, the like whole AI robot thing, right? And thinking, maybe I can invest in that, and so that in like 10 years, if I put in a dollar, I put in into an investment, might become $20 and outpace inflation, etc. Um, of course, personal finance in investing can be pretty easily solved because the one of the great investments is just the S&P 500 because even though it goes up 11% per year or 12% on average, if you count or discount for real inflation of 5%, it still outpaces inflation and you'll still be at a plus. So these kinds of things where money realistically works for you, I like, but that's, you have to have a good startup capital because you only really make a lot of money if you invest a significant amount. Um, so that's something that's exciting me. The AI businesses are interesting. I also like one of the things in cryptocurrency is DeFi that I mentioned before. Some people, by the way, some people are joining the call now. If you're coming from Udemy, I don't know who you are until you make a comment. So please make a comment. Tell me what course you're in. If you have any questions, this is exactly the right time for us to talk about it. I'll answer everybody's questions. I'll be able to spend a lot of time on your questions and answer your questions really deliberately and with a lot of thought. I'll stick around on this live stream as long as it takes. So if you have any questions, anything you're working on in digital marketing and business and entrepreneurship, I'll really spend the time to answer your question fully. But you have to comment in the chat because I don't know who you are. Like YouTube just doesn't show me, so I can only know after monitoring the chat, which is a little bit weird. Doing it through Zoom was a little more personable. But in any case, to go back to answering the question of what kind of things make money today, I'll tell you the businesses I don't like today. I really don't like Amazon. And 3+ years ago, I loved Amazon so much and I made a lot of money on Amazon. I still have books that sell for the last like 10 years. I've been making passive income on Amazon. But I'll tell you what I hate about Amazon. It's little similar to the reason I hate Shopify, but different. Like, it's kind of price gouging, but different. I'll explain why. So in the past, let's say in 2015 or 14, when I wrote some books and one of them became kind of popular and is used in some universities, like a business planning book. Now, at that time, it was less competitive, which is great, but also there was no Amazon ads. So you might make a book, let's say it's $15, you would pay some money for printing fees, that's totally fine. And you might pay 30% to Amazon, their fee, that's totally fine. Today, it's not the environment anymore because with Amazon ads, you have competitors that are paying for ads and they're growing their sales and reviews because of the ads. And so you are, in most niches, are also forced to run ads, which now you have, instead of two places where you lose your money, right? Like the Amazon fee, and in case of my books, it was the printing fee, or if you have to acquire inventory, whatever fee amount of money it takes you to create your product, you have a small margin in most cases, but that margin is eaten up by the Amazon ads because Amazon ads are getting so much more and more expensive because it's a competitive bidding system. So you're bidding and outbidding and outbidding and outbidding, and the more bidders come in, and there's always more bidders in every niche, the more expensive the ads become, and you lose almost all profit. There's even a way to do this without a profit, at a loss, because if you take a loss on the ads, but you get enough sales and reviews so that your product gets recommended more in search and in recommendations, you can make your loss back that way. But still, your margin becomes so thin on Amazon that my love affair with Amazon is over. I think it's over. We broke up. Like, I look at Amazon sometimes, I still sell books there, but I don't want to experiment with running ads anymore. My appetite and love for Amazon is gone because they kind of got greedy, right? They squeezed the seller from every angle. And from 2013 or 14 until 2019, I would recommend Amazon all the time as one of the main things. I even very famously have a client who I helped to take from nearly zero in revenue to millions and millions of dollars on Amazon. This was like 2017, 18 era or 19, the golden good era of Amazon. I don't think we could do that today because so many ads that eat into your profit margin. I don't think that multi-million-dollar clients could have happened today, but was possible like 5 or 6 years ago. So my love affair with Amazon is dead. Just for Sergey, I'll tell you why my love affair with Shopify is dead, why I don't like Shopify. Because, I don't know, Sergey, maybe you can comment in the chat, do you use Shopify? Because I had a Shopify store that I liked in idea, but I killed off this week. I killed it, I took it down, no more. If you go there, it says like store doesn't exist, and it makes me sad. Not really sad, but kind of sad. But what I really hated is also the price gouging, because when I first got on Shopify, okay, the basic account is $29 a month, which is already way more expensive than WordPress hosting, because WordPress hosting, between $5 and $10, you can get really good, fast WordPress hosting. Okay, fine, Shopify is 3 times more, but it offers so many rich e-commerce features, so fine. Okay, so I settled on Shopify, but you can do a lot back then on Shopify. At some point, like 2024, 23, they put some features that used to be in the basic account for $29 into the next level account, which was $80. And some of those features were really necessary, like 2 people working on your back end, like you have to be in it. So that's 1 person. But if you ever have a freelancer helping you, like a designer, somebody to upload stuff, you have to go up the next tier, $80 a month. Who wants to spend $80 a month, especially if you're struggling making sales? They didn't have that like beginner option. The beginner option was 222 beginner. It was not good. And so among other issues, the other issue was really hard to transfer websites. Like if you hate your WordPress hosting, you could easily switch your hosting, but it's much harder to switch from Shopify hosting to WordPress hosting. It was a much bigger jump. Let me read the comments because I got Sergey asks, what is a significant amount? What do you mean? I don't know which question that's in reference to, Sergey. You're asking what significant amount compared, significant amount of what? And yeah, Amazon, are you talking about Shopify? Shopify is also the problem. You have to bring your own traffic to it, which for most people is hard because for e-commerce, most people come from search. And not only search has always been competitive, which is fine. Today, there's like less people coming from search because Google is providing answers with AI. It's not a big problem in e-commerce. It's more of a problem for content businesses because once you get your question answered, you don't need to go to Google. But for buying a product, you have to go to the website. So today, actually, the SEO is fine and you do have to bring your own clients. A lot of people struggle doing that. So they have to go to Amazon because if you can bring your own clients, you don't have to pay the Amazon fee. You can sell from your own website. But if you cannot bring enough clients, you've got to go through Amazon or Etsy, and you got to deal with their rules and their fees. And both of them are kind of poor options. So I don't like any of them anymore. Let me catch up with the comments really quickly. Yeah, Sergey, greed really does kill businesses because Fiverr is a publicly traded company. They have pressure to, not Fiverr, Amazon. They have pressure to keep making more money. So yeah. Any case, let me finish the comments. I gotta catch up. I'm a one man show here. Worst part, if you stop paying, you lose all. Yeah, you really do, because I stopped, and all my whole store is like poof, like it never existed. Like within minutes, they don't even give you like at the end of the month. No, just poof, and the whole store was gone. Um, yeah, and a lot of people pay for inventory, so that's why I never like loved Shopify, but I loved Amazon. But both of those relationships are gone. I would not recommend it unless you have a super interesting and compelling product. Today, no. I am always looking at business opportunities of tomorrow, like, because I don't want to be in business opportunities of today or yesterday, because opportunities of today already too crowded and quickly becoming yesterday. Especially with AI, everything's getting so outdated. So today, I really like learning different things you can do with AI, because I'll give you a business idea. This is like $1 million business idea that is out there, but you can do. So still today, there are people going to Fiverr and Upwork, and they're saying like, I want somebody to build me a mobile app or a website or any other kind of software. Instead of saying, hello, nice to meet you. Would you please hire me? I can do this for you. Don't do it that way. You go to one of those vibe coding websites, like I use Replit, but there's a bunch of services for this, like even ChatGPT, OpenAI, who are the makers of ChatGPT, came up with their own. You go, like in my case, it would be Replit, so I'll just use I'll say Replit, but it can be any of the AIs that write code, and you tell it, make me, and you put exactly the description that's in the Upwork description, and then it will make it for you in 10 minutes. And then you go to that person and say, hey, I already have that product made. Would you like to just buy it? And they'll be like, mind boggling. They already have the product made. Of course, that would be so much better than hiring freelancers, firing freelancers, paying 100 times more for the same thing, maybe, or 10 times more, right? Because if they had to hire a programmer, they would get charged so much more. So they're like, yes, where have you been all my life? I want to buy it. And the best part is that they're going to always need updates, for which they'll pay you. And all you have to do to make an update is write to the AI in English. So like, it's 20 times faster, maybe more times faster. So that's a cool business. Like literally, if you're like super on top of it, you can, during this call, and actually I challenge somebody on this call, go look for like app requirements or software requirements on Upwork or Fiverr, and then we can see if we can make it. I can make it in my own Replit account, or you can sign up for a Replit or something on this call. There's a free option. Like if you want to make something real, it's like $20 a month. But if you want to just play with it, it's free. So maybe if somebody's brave enough, you can try to see like what are some interesting software or app or website requirements on like custom website, not WordPress, because Replit doesn't make WordPress websites, but custom websites. We can see if we can make such a thing and try to sell it to them while on this call. Who's doing this with me? If nobody does it in the next hour and we all get bored, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do a like literal live demonstration. I'm gonna go to Upwork, get a job description, make it with AI in minutes, and sell that to them for thousands of dollars. Let's do that experiment. Right now it's 9 p.m. US Eastern. If we're through questions by 10, let's do this together. I'm going to share my screen. You'll see everything that I do. And if I can do this on this call, then you can do this tomorrow all day, make 10 sales. Or maybe that's too optimistic, but something crazy like that. In any case, that's a cool business where, like, if you're learning AI, like if you don't know vibe coding, if you don't know Replit, you don't know this, you can't do this business idea. But so many opportunities open up because there's also this idea that I'm actually planning to look into next week, like creating your own AI agents. Let me explain what that means. Like, an agent is a software that just keeps running until it completes some task. But an AI agent is like a smart such software. So I might say, do outreach to potential buyers of some course. And it's gonna go and look for like small business owner contact information, write an email pitch to them, send that email. Next. When it's done with that, next. Do everybody in New York. When it's done with everybody in New York, do everybody in Boston. When it's done with everybody in Boston, do next city. When you're done with America, go to Canada. And get done with Canada, go to Mexico. With all the countries, right? When you're done with all the countries, start over because new ones might have popped up. So that's kind of an agent software you can create. Now, if you can create this and actually get it to work, you can sell this software to almost all marketers. So immediately you have a software as a service business that's proven with real case studies that it worked. And I'm actually going to do this. Well, I'm going to try to do it as early as next week. This week, I was really heavily promoting my cryptocurrency. So I'll show you my cryptocurrency. It'll be kind of fun. Let me see if I can do it. Brum, brum, brum. Let me tell. I'll show you if you. Where is that thing? I lost the browser where. Let me quickly. Oh yeah, let me share my screen so you can see my cryptocurrency. Share screen with others. Okay. I'm quickly going to go to the chat. Maybe you can see. Well, I don't know, but this is my token. So you see, it like just launched a couple of days ago, and I have this big buyer. The way it works is if you have like a big buyer, the stock price shoots up. It's not a stock, but I'm just using that terminology. The token price shoots up. So I got this giant green candle, and then I got these little sales. This is bot traffic because the second that I launched this token, a lot of bots, like computers, bought this cryptocurrency, and then sold. So they bought it like at the very very beginning, and sold right there, like within like 12 hours turnaround. Exactly, like they all bought at the same time. Most of them sold at the same time. So these little dots, the red dots, are like not relevant. And then I had a sale, and then I had, this is the other bot. This is the last bot, was this last red candle, and then I've been basically promoting this token. So right now it's 0.001 of a cent, so very very cheap at the moment. I'm trying to grow this token, so that's what I've been doing this week. So my plan is to try to create an AI agent, a software that will just go and reach out to potential investors, because I have this business case for it. It has real, not Replit, Spark token, SPRK token. I have like a real use case for it. It's for creators. Actually, Sergey, it might be interesting for you. It's made for creators to be able to get donations or payments through cryptocurrency to fund their projects. But you can also ask for tips, because look, I created a project here, and you can view projects and you can see my project. Tip me, right? And under tip me, I have my crypto address. So on a stream or whatever, if anybody is fluent in like cryptocurrency and they can figure out how to buy it, you can literally post this address, like in the chat, for example. And if anybody knows cryptocurrency, they can send me some tokens right through that address, right? So you don't have to ask for, the other alternative is people ask for like super chats or things like that. But even if you get a super chat, you have to have a 3,000 hour requirement on your channel. So a lot of people don't have that available. But even if you do have that available, YouTube takes 30% of that. So you get $1 super chat. No, you didn't get $1. You got 70 cents. So let me stop sharing my screen since I showed already how this works. But that was my token. Let me come back to my screens that I can see everybody and see the chat. So that's basically how it works. It has like, kind of real life applications. And if people buy stuff through this token, I'm able to provide discounts. So, but specifically, it's made for the creative person community because I know how hard it is to work without getting funded, right? Imagine starting your business. It's a stress fest. Like you're working, not getting paid. So it's a bad place to be emotionally. And there are some industries, like if you're an author working with a publishing house, the publishing house will give you an advance, but that's not even a gift. You have to pay that back from your sales. Not only that, the agent and the publisher, they take 30% combined from your lifetime earnings from your book. So it's like a horrible, right? So really, I was thinking of something that doesn't take fees, doesn't rip off the creator, really helps. And so I used all the cryptocurrency and decentralized finance features to create a really interesting ecosystem that works on the behalf of creative people. It's not like a rip-off kind of a thing. It's actually like I really looked at what's called tokenomics for a long time and try to make it as investor friendly, so that if you get a donation with this token, or buy this token as an investor, it really does grow, because there's some things you can do, like staking, airdrops, which is the equivalent of kind of roughly think of it as stock dividends and CD, except the bank CD is bad because it doesn't appreciate at the speed of inflation. But when you hold an asset and get like 4% or whatever percent, an appreciating asset, that's the best of all worlds. And people think, like in the stock market, if you get a dividend, that's extra money. It's not extra money. It comes out of the price of the stock. So the traditional finance world is a far harder one to do well in, because it's like you think you're smart. No way. There's always all these mechanisms built in where you don't quite make the money that you think you're making. But in the cryptocurrency world, a lot of the mechanisms there are really like a lot more effective. So anyway, that's my token that I've been working on. And so the way I got into this is that I might create an agent software with AI that does outreach to potential investors, like creative people, specifically schools, like for example, music schools. Because music schools, they don't have like one artist, they have like 50 students, right? So what if they onboarding one school is like onboarding possibly 50 students to go fundraise through this token. And suddenly I have, people have like a donation page. And so suddenly I have like 50 people promoting this donation page. So that's like a kind of a good case that I'm trying to pursue with this token. So this week and next week, I'm just kind of getting everything, all the foundational pieces for the marketing going, so that I can get investors. And then once investors come in, the token should start growing. At least that's my hope. That's like, cross your fingers. So hopefully from now it's 1/10 of a penny. Obviously, the more people buy, it will grow. I'm going to try to grow it naturally over a period of years. And because I kind of have the control over it, it will be like more buying than selling, and will kind of foster an environment with more long-term investors who don't sell. So once momentum gets going, it will be more like an upward trend. So I'm positive about it. Nobody obviously knows what's going to happen, but that's what I'm building. And the cool thing is I'm going to try to do it with a lot of AI software with that. By the way, just questions. Did anybody look at Upwork to see if there's anybody requesting any apps or software? Because we still can do that kind of a thing. But I'll maybe pause here. and I'll ask, did I get through everybody's questions, or did I forget anybody's questions? Um, I see a lot of Sergey comments. Thank you for being um, like active in the chat, Sergey. Sergey said, you said you can make big money if you get big money to invest. Ah, I see. Well, before that, I was talking about like I'm really interested and curious about what Tesla is doing, because they're gonna, I don't know if you've been up in the news, but they're just about to release driver like fully driverless taxis. They're starting in one region, but they're going to expand in many regions. If it goes well, they're going to just like be nationwide and worldwide. So that's going to kill Uber. So they're going to not only be Teslas, they're going to be Uber. But the cool thing is that if you own a Tesla, you can tell your Tesla, drop me off at work or at a playground or whatever we go, at the movies, and then go be Uber without me. And then tell in 2 hours, come back here. And so you can be making money with your Tesla while you're doing nothing. So that's a super cool thing. But that's a small part. The few years after that, there's going to be these humanoid robots. We're all going to own, like, according to experts. I don't obviously know. But according to experts, we're all going to own humanoid robots. And Tesla is like at the forefront of this stuff. Not to mention, they're fighting for the AI space with ChatGPT. And Elon Musk has this huge marketing potential because he has Twitter, and his ChatGPT competitor is a part of Twitter. So he's always got like millions and millions of people to use his AI software. The only thing he has to do is make it competitively as good. I think right now it might not be as good in everything, but they're working on it, right? And he's a super good technologist. Like whatever business he touches, he wins. But in any case, that's not part of Tesla. To answer your question, what I'm into is the future. Like they're gonna own AI, driverless cars, humanoid robots. It's all Tesla. So I think if Tesla gets any bad news, or if Trump, people are saying, I don't know if this is true, but like how the tariffs, we're supposed to see the impact of the tariffs later this summer, in the fall. So if the tariffs hurt the economy, and if Tesla stocks drop in price, I think for me, I'm gonna buy more. I already have some, but I'm gonna buy more because I'm kind of waiting for to drop. So that's my. I could probably do better with just like S&P 500, but I kind of, because there's risk. Like people keep trying to kill Elon Musk. So if he dies, the Tesla stock will drop by 50%. Just on that news. So it's risky, but so far he's as a technologist, I believe in him. I know people sometimes don't like him because he's a polarizing figure in some ways, but as a technologist, as a business person, like like he's the best. So that's the kind of thing. There's also a stock I was going to look into, Sergey. They're making hoverboard cars, like cars that literally go in the air, like the Jetsons, like that movie. But it's going to be a real thing because, and I learned about this when I was learning about Tesla, because in Tesla, you see, even back up a little bit. Right now in Uber or taxis, most of the cost of driving the taxi, it's like 25 cents. I don't know, it's $2 per mile or something like that. But most of the cost is because of the driver. When you get rid of the driver, and when you make all cars electric and all this, it becomes like 25 cents a mile or even cheaper. And so because of that, it's going to be so cheap for driving, it's going to cause congestion on roads. And the next frontier will be to take cars above ground, above roads. And so there's another company. I don't have my phone near me. I can't go there because I'm, presenting the live call. But that's the interesting thing, that there's like a real company that's like legitimately working on flying cars, and they want to invest in that sort of thing. It's not going to be like next year that you're gonna see flying cars, but it's a real thing. I forget the name. Actually, if somebody Googles, I don't want to Google it now, but if somebody in the chat can Google something like what's the company that's working on flying cars and post it here, we can talk about it. We can actually go to their website and look together. I'm sure they have some like video demos of flying cars because it's a thing, like they're working on it. So that's kind of what really fascinates me in the world of medicine. It's also a ton of breakthroughs, like, they're using AI to solve all kinds of cancer and all this kind of stuff. So it's also interesting stocks. The problem is it's like impossible to know if you don't have a medical background. They'll all say like our technology is great, but like you can't really think through pharmaceutical or these like complex vaccine companies. Like you just don't know the medicine of it to know enough about how that's going to translate into their finances. So that's harder to invest in. You can take a risk here and there, but like maybe that's where the S&P is better because the risk profile is smaller. Because obviously if you don't know what you're investing in, like medicine, then the risk profile is high. In any case, I see. Thank you, Rugged Gaming, Archer. That's right. Should we go to their website and let's look at it together? Archer. Let's look at some. I hope they have videos. Let's see. Come on, Archer. I don't want to spend too much time. As soon as I find something, any kind of a video, then I'm going to share my screen. But right now, they're just on their website is a bunch of helicopters and flying things like helicopters and drones. But I guess try propeller technology for takeoff. So yeah. So basically, everybody's going to have a helicopter type of thing for themselves. But it's not going to be a helicopter. It's going to be something between a helicopter and a driverless car. Yeah, it's just I see that they're working with driverless cars, but flying cars, but I didn't notice a flying car on their website. Let me check where to look on their company, defense, commercial, aircraft. I don't see anything about the cars on their website so far. But it would be super cool. Maybe if you can find something more about them, like maybe some kind of a demo video on YouTube or online, that would be super fun for us all to see. You might not be able to post a link to the YouTube video, but I can provide my email, so you can email me, and then I'll take the link from my email, and then I can post links into the chat so we all can watch it. But that's the kind of cool stuff that's like coming around. This like AI is just changing everything. This is not necessarily AI, but so many other industries. So anyway, by the way, I want to ask Sergey, because for people who are joining late, Sergey, he's also like a veteran online entrepreneur. Sergey, tell us about what businesses that you're doing online that you see are working today. I would be curious because like Sergey and I, we used to talk a lot a few years ago, but then I just got so busy with my courses because they're like every year there's like more and more courses and more to maintain, and so I just got too busy with that. So it was a little hard to keep paying attention to what Sergey is doing, but I'm glad he's on this call. So while I wait for Sergey to tell us, and for people to look up what Archer cars are, any kind of videos of the flying cars. What else was I going to talk about? I have an agenda for today. Let me see what my agenda. I think I talked through most of my agenda. I was going to talk about cryptocurrency. Oh yeah, LLM SEO, crowdfunding with cryptocurrency. We talked about it. Replit and vibe coding. We talked about it. Why I hate Shopify. We talked about it. We talked about a lot of things. Sam says, question. Thank you for what you posted on how to build a website using Replit AI. Are you posting more? Oh, you saw that I decided to post that on YouTube. That's the video you're talking about, right? Let me post that in the chat for everyone. So I took that. I had a lot of content about how to use AI to create websites and um, apps and all this kind of stuff. And so I put it was paid content, but I put it on YouTube for free just because like I keep talking about it all the time, and so I just put it on YouTube for free. So here's that video. I'm gonna paste it into our chat. So Sam already saw it. I appreciate how on top of everything you are, Sam. But here's the link for everybody else. This is basically my tutorial of using Replit AI for like building. I show there how I built my website, but you can build anything: mobile apps, AI agent software, which that's my next frontier. That's what I want to build. So I'm just trying to get to that sooner. Like I keep having more things to do that push my AI building um, back. But you could like today, you can make your own GPT. You can make an agent software. This is all like it's current, but like nobody's building it. You know, like 1% of people, which means that there's still opportunity. Because imagine if you were like in Bitcoin when only 1% of people were doing it, or you know, it was like very early. So it's not first, but it's still so early. There's like a lot of money to be made. So that's what I like. I like when things are super super early in an industry. There can be a risk. Like there was a case where a long time ago when I was a software engineer, I decided, okay, I'm gonna go into like a super new industry that's has a lot of risk associated to it, because people say this is the future and there's a lot of hype about it. But the truth was that that industry that I went into did not become the future. It like was too techy and geeky and had no adoption, and I ended up like wasting like a year. So I know firsthand how much the hype of like, hey, this thing is great tomorrow, that can be faulty and that can be wrong, because I invested a lot of time in one. But you still have no option except keep looking for what's the business of tomorrow, or very cutting edge today, because the mistake that most people make is that they get into business ideas of yesterday. Like a lot of people, like for example, ask me about affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing is fine, but there are so many better opportunities. And affiliate marketing is not easy. It's been getting harder because back in the day, there were so many more options available to you as an affiliate marketer. You can run cheap ads. You can give away like little ebooks and they would be good lead magnets. But today, like it's harder to do that. The conversion rates are lower. Your effort has to be higher. And so it's like at one point, there's an inflection where it's just hard to do that business. And suddenly you're thinking, okay, it's hard to do that business. What's an easy one where there's no competition? That's why in my mind, it's like, okay, you really gotta be on top of what's coming around tomorrow. The question becomes, how do I know what's coming around tomorrow? I'll tell you the secret sauce, how to tell what's coming around tomorrow. You basically have to follow on social media, usually Twitter. Like most people post on Twitter first. Some people hate Twitter, but whatever. Like, we are just neutral here. So you would look on Twitter and follow all the tech journalists and all the tech investors and their friends and whoever they're chatting with. Because sometimes they'll post whatever irrelevant things, but sometimes they'll post like, hey, AR and VR, like augmented reality and virtual reality, that's happening. And sometimes they'll post like, ooh, something else is happening, or look at Elon Musk, he's tinkering with this thing, or even Elon Musk himself will be like, I'm doing this, and like if he's doing it, like, hey, he knows. So that's my strategy. I just follow like a lot of really smart people who are themselves involved in futuristic ventures. Obviously, I engage with very, very few of those, but you do have to know what's coming around so you can be smart about deciding where is the big opportunity, which space do I want to be in, how do I get in there. And you're always going to be, if you like, and especially if you follow investors and news websites, not not news like CNN, but news like tech news, marketing news, um, engineering news. You'll or yeah, like stuff like that. You'll really be on top of what's happening tomorrow, and very quickly you'll see a lot of emerging technologies, and you'll be like, I can't really get into that one. I don't see how to get into that one, but this one right here is super doable. Like as an example, when I heard an interview with the Replit CEO about how you can create agents with Replit. I'm not 100% sure yet how to create agents with Replit because I haven't myself looked into it yet and I haven't done it. Maybe I was mistaken, and maybe they said they can do it in the future, but not now. I don't know. But if they can, oh boy, I'm gonna make an agent, and if I want to, I can sell that agent. Access to my agent, or I can actually not outsource, yes, but I can automate super hard things and be ahead of everybody else in my industry. So this is like a potentially game changing. So big potential results, right? Not incremental ones. So that's kind of the things that I'm doing. Forward looking ideas only, especially today, because it's like literally today, like literally Elon Musk was tweeting about super intelligence, which is like we have that now, but there's only like some very, very small number of super intelligent computers that can crack Bitcoin encryption. It can crack a lot of things. Obviously, it's hard to be a supercomputer engineer. Like, what even is that? But it's like something to kind of keep on the top of your mind, because it's like, well, if you can even teaching people about it, there's a period of time where a lot of companies are going to want to know, how do I adopt this? What are the best use cases? And if you're up on the publications, if you know what you're talking about, you can help and teach people. You can train. You can do all kind of even it's a basic use case for how to use that emerging technology, but it's a use case that's viable. But you can do many more things. It's just up to your imagination. Let me just grab a little water, and then just so that I don't lose my voice, I hear a little bit of a rasp in my voice. I still have to keep my voice until we do that experiment later in this call, where we're going to create a software and build it right on the call with AI and sell it to somebody on Upwork on this call. That would be kind of an exciting project. Is anybody on the call in the chat looked at what kind of things people are requesting on Upwork? If we know that, we can at least kind of think ahead a little bit instead of thinking on the fly in the second it happens. So yeah, those are businesses of tomorrow. Sometimes people complain, like I have a course on like how do you make money, and one of the things they talk about is like, okay, specific cases, but also like this idea of just have to just know what's happening tomorrow. Like don't become don't let industries pass you by kind of thing. But some students in that course get so mad because they're like, we just want to know the ideas. We don't want you to tell us look for businesses tomorrow. We just want ideas. So one idea is to sell people software that they're trying to get built on Upwork. We can try to do that. It's not my favorite, but maybe that's wrong of me. Maybe actually that's a pretty good business. It's maybe just not my favorite because I haven't fully been doing that. But it would be my favorite to make thousands of dollars per client, because if like a person's trying to hire app developers, they're probably prepared to pay $5, $10, $15,000. I want people who have that budget allocated for stuff. So maybe it's wrong of me. If nobody has questions, maybe we could do that now. What do you think? Should we vote? Does anybody have any things that they want to talk about or have questions? If no, I'll actually do that experiment live. How about that? I'll drink some water and maybe you can comment and tell me if you want to see that experiment. We can do it live. It will be super fun. But if you have questions, that will be a priority because like I'm here to help Udemy students. So if you have anything you're working on, if you have any questions, let me know. I'll check my email just to see if anybody emailed me with anything. There was one person was supposed to join, and I checked my email, and they said their power went out because I think there was a storm across some parts of the United States. But or maybe they live. I don't know where they live, but I assume the United States. But in any case, all right. I didn't get any messages in the chat here. So how about we share screen and we look at Upwork and we see what's possible. So there's one person that just joined. Welcome. And we're about to run a live experiment where we're going to go to Upwork, see what kind of software people want built. We're going to build that with AI and then message that person live on the call. This is going to run not so smooth because I'll probably be nerdy and be like, where do I click? Where do I find this? Where do I find this? I'll check back in the chat. Maybe you can help and guide me, okay? We're going to do this together. So let me share my screen and then we're going to go to Upwork and check what people want built. Super exciting live demo. Except share screen first. Share screen. Share screen. The other day I tried to press share screen and I almost pressed end stream. Those buttons are like really close together. But okay, this time I didn't do it. So let's go to Upwork.com. And on Upwork, I have to log in. Let's try to log in. I have 2 accounts. I forgot which one is which, but whatever. Maybe we just would Google. This is a bad part of demonstration where it's like, log in. Okay, let's see. Maybe this is the right password. Okay, one more time. Great demonstration, can't log in. Or it looks like we're in. So, okay, so was this complete your profile? No. See, I have 2 profiles. One is a freelancer from a long time ago. One is a buyer. Here, Problemia, I'm a buyer. I think I'm a freelancer, so I should be able to look for projects. Deliver work, find work. There it is. Proposals and offers. Okay, there you go. Is anybody? I'm gonna check our YouTube chat just to see if anybody's with me. Okay, everybody's with me. If anybody has questions or suggestions, please post them in your chat. I'll be checking every once in a while, and I will do what you tell me. But in any case, back to, so this is my work. By the way, I've never done this personally because I'm not a freelancer at the moment. I don't have time. So let's see, available now, active proposal, submittal. I'm actually looking for work. So I'm looking for, let's say, find work. And then these are posted jobs. So I need to like mobile app. Let's see, mobile app. Because let's say I'm going to sell the services that I'm going to make mobile app with AI. So, okay, so here we go. iPhone mobile app development. We are seeking a skilled app developer to create an innovative and user-friendly iPhone application. The ideal candidate will have a strong background in iOS. But what's the application? Familiarity with Swift and blah, 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 but they don't tell you what the application is. Also, this is not a good buyer because they're looking to pay $5 to $30 an hour, $5 an hour. I'm offended, even though I'm not going to do the actual work. Okay, here's at least up to $50. Okay, here we go. This is interesting, right? GPT plus email integrations mobile app. Okay, I can make a mobile app easily that connects with email. I have to sign up for something like an email sending service, which I wouldn't do now because they're paid. But you could create AI with email and provide that in the mobile app. So this will be the carcass of the technology because they want some use case that this will do. I haven't seen that use case. They're just talking about the technology, but you can easily build that technology and say, hey, I have this ready. So I'm going to say apply now. And then I wish there was let's see, a cover letter. Hello. I'm going to write them a cover letter telling them that I already have this technology built, just in case. But before I do that, let me check the chat and see if everybody's with me. Everybody with me? Good. Okay. Let's check back into Upwork. And so we're going to write them. Hello. I already have an app that I made which connects, I should use sophisticated language, integrates chat, GPT, and email functionality. And let's see what else they want. I forgot. They wanted one more thing. And cooks dinner. No, that's in a mobile app. How much were you looking for a budget? The English phrasing here is wrong of me. How much were you looking? Maybe I should ask. I can ask what's your budget, but how about I say I can sell this app to you with additional paid development. You would have to hire me. For $2,000, and that would be available today. So let's see, where's the submit? Okay, I have to fill out this other details. Let me just see if okay, let me just see. I'm going to just copy this so in case something goes wrong, I don't want to rewrite it. But let's see if I can send it. Stay safe, whatever, some warning. I understand the policies. Okay, submit. So let's see if I get a reply while we're still on the call. I'm going to check back here. I'm going to stop sharing screen, and then I'm going to check back here. I don't think they're going to reply in 5 or 10 minutes. They could be sleeping. They could be doing whatever. But on the next call, for sure, I'm going to tell you what they replied with, or whether they replied, or whether they negotiated. They should not negotiate. $2,000 is reasonable. I feel like I gave them a very fair offer. Like a lot of people would go 7,000 or something, or 5,000, something like that. Ruthless. But I am just a kind soul, I guess. This is the only thing it can be. $2,000 for a built app. Now, like I mentioned, I cannot build this now because I have to connect to the email sending service. But you have to sign up for that. Like, it's an extra thing you sign up for. Like, it's a third-party company that does it. So I could do it if that person says yes. Then it will only cost like a small fee to sign up for that company. But now I don't need it. Now I don't need it. So it's an interesting experiment. I'm gonna check back to see if they ever replied in 10 minutes. But we do have some new people on the call. Welcome. If you're joining from Udemy, welcome, and let me know what you're working on. And we're in the Q&A part, so if you want to ask me anything you're working on, anything with digital marketing, entrepreneurship, cryptocurrency, AI, I don't know everything, but I'll do my best to help. So I'm just waiting for comments in the chat. I've run out of my own things to talk about. I talked about earlier how I hate Shopify. They price gouge and overcharge for everything. How, for not exactly the same thing, but similar reasons, I stopped loving. My love affair with Amazon ended. Maybe we can come back as friends. Because before it was such a beautiful environment to make money in, but now it's just so competitive and you have to run ads and it just eats into your profit margin. I get questions. No, I didn't get questions. I thought I got questions. I misread. So, Sergey, by the way, if you're still on the call, you didn't answer. What online businesses are you doing today? While I'm waiting, we can talk about more online businesses because there's seems to be super fun. We already talked about humanoids and driverless cars and driverless Ubers and all this kind of stuff. So let's talk about something else. I do have a course on like 23 ways to make money online. The problem is most of those are not exciting. Let me make a free coupon for people on this call, and I'll give you free access to that, so that at least we can look at the curriculum and you can look at it together. I made that course some years ago. I updated it, but like not a lot. So, because it never became really popular because somebody would always complain, you show too many strategies and don't show how to do them. You kind of just talked about the basics. And so it would always get plastered with like these unfair 1-star ratings. And because of that, it was hard to make that course grow. And because of that, it never really grew. And because of that, I kind of dumped it because it never, so it was like this like negative cycle. But nevertheless, it still has ideas. If you're looking for ideas for how to make money online, it has 23 ideas here. I'm going to post this course. I just made a free coupon. I'll post the coupon in the chat. So anybody is welcome to join. This link has 100 free coupons. Real estate. I have a question about real estate, which I know little about, because it's not really like an online business. What specifically did you want to know about real estate? Oh, I do have a thing to talk about in real estate. Super funny. Let me just get a little water. You know how people always say, this is maybe the most, I think, most wrong investment thing that people ever repeat. They say, you always make money in real estate because it always appreciates. This is for people who don't know how to do arithmetic, which honestly, I don't know either, but I use ChatGPT. So I've got this video. Actually, no, I haven't made that video. I'm planning to make this video because I already made one video about inflation, but the video that I'm about to make soon is how you lose money by investing in real estate. Let me explain how. So obviously, real estate investments are different in different countries. There's different fees, different taxes, so it might vary. But I did this experiment with ChatGPT because everybody says like, I owned my house for 30 years and I bought it at like 3 pennies and now it's worth so much, right? You always hear people brag about that kind of stuff, like they are genius or something. And so I did this calculation with ChatGPT. I said, ChatGPT, I picked a location like somewhere in the LA area. How much was this medium priced house in this city in 1950 compared to today, right? Like a long term period. And it told me, like in that spot, in that city, the average was $20,000 to buy in 1950, and in 2024 it was like 2 million. So at face value, you're thinking, "Ooh, I made almost the entire 2 million." But then we started doing calculations, like every year in that region, there's a 1.25% sales tax. So I asked ChatGPT to account for the property tax, which everybody who owns a house has to pay property tax, or a condo to pay property tax in America. Some states have like a 1%, sometimes less, sometimes more, but that region 1.25, which is a reasonable and average. And so ChatGPT told me immediately like around between $250,000 to $300,000 are out, because that's your property tax that you've been paying that all these years. Then I asked ChatGPT, can you add 1.5% for costs, like your furnace breaks, you need to mow the lawn, you have to buy furniture, you have to buy so many things that every year, every month, there's like expenses. Can you add one more for that? Great. So we did that, and then now you're like $500,000 or $600,000 that you didn't make a profit. Then I asked a bunch of other questions. I don't remember them offhand, but there was like account for inflation, right? Or actually, the most obvious one is that even if you bought a house, whenever you bought a house, you didn't. Most people never buy cash. They pay like 20 or 25% down payment, and the rest they take a loan over 30 years. Now, in the loan over 30 years, that loan is often more than the home price, which eats into your profit also. Okay, so then you have to eat into your profit, and you pay for 30 years, and then it gets inflation. So, and then you have to account for inflation, because the reason, you see, the property did not go up from $20,000 to $2 million. It did not. The price went up, the value did not. Let me explain what that means. Because if you have to pay dollars in order to pay for the property, every year the value of your dollars goes down. So it naturally takes more dollars to pay for exactly the same thing. So even though the home does not appreciate in value, even if it doesn't appreciate in value, it will appreciate in price, because the dollar goes down and you're paying in dollars. You just need more dollars. So when you remove payments for the loan, payments for the property tax, upkeep on the house, then account for inflation, then the risk that your house will burn or get taken to the Wizard of Oz land in a tornado or anything else is not zero, right? There's a risk you're going to lose house, and the insurance company may lowball you, so you might lose. And then by the time you do all of these calculations, you're kind of break even. But the worst part is coming, because if you ever sell this house, you're going to sell the house and pay tax on the entire profit, which is measured in nominal dollars, which was $2 million minus 20,000. You're going to pay taxes on $2 million in profits almost, which is going to be $600,000. And so you're lucky to break even, and you're very likely to lose money. Now, of course, you can make money from this house in certain ways. You can rent it out, you can do some things. You can also say that the peace of mind is worth a lot, which it is, to own a house and to live there as a family. Okay, yeah. But you see, if you do the right mathematics, you lose money on a home property. Now, nobody will tell you, because regular people don't know how to do this. It's not advanced arithmetic, but most people just don't think of it that far. And the real estate agents will certainly not tell you, because they're going to tell you it's a great investment because then they want you to buy, right? So it's like this falsehood that people keep parroting, and you lose money. So that's real estate. It's not a calculation that I did by myself. It's a calculation that I did with ChatGPT, because I had a business idea, a brick and mortar business idea. And I thought, well, if I lease the space, that kind of doesn't sound so cool, because I want to own the property, because I want the property to appreciate. All those thoughts that I had, that people always have those thoughts. But by the time I did the calculation of the total cost of the property, I pooped my pants. I was like, first of all, the costs are insane, even if it makes you money, because and then you don't even make money long term. It's not a real investment. It's only an investment if you don't account for inflation and all the other things and upkeep and all stuff. So, I am, by the way, getting some hearts in the chat. I don't know who's doing the hearts, but I think I got some hearts. I don't honestly know how to check. If I make a heart, anyway, I'm old and don't understand emoticons. This is a problem. Sometimes I'm on my phone and I try to find an emoticon that I like, and then I spend 2 minutes looking for it, and I give up and quit. It will be the same thing here. I see the hearts, I don't know who they're coming from, but thank you nonetheless. I still see the hearts. Is it YouTube's way of telling me go home and stop your live stream, or is it somebody pressing? Who's pressing the hearts? It's time. I think we gotten to the point of the stream where it's hearts and happy face time. I'm also gonna do them. Party time. Party time. Cool. I don't know where it's coming. Who's pressing this? Um, oh, thanks for access to the course. Yeah, you're very welcome. So there are like business ideas there for online, making money online, but they're a little dated. Like there's not much about AI, stuff like that. Um, I actually put stuff about my cryptocurrency in another course of mine. I have a passive income course, but it's not in that course. Oh, thank you for pressing the hearts. I've been in and out. Why are you in and out? Stay the whole time. It's like on my end, I do see like concurrent streams. I do see that, and then I'm like, when people come back in, when the stream goes up by one, I'm like, I don't know if they heard everything else we've talked about, so I don't know if I'm going to be repetitive. Like I don't know what people miss, and when people leave, I'm like, why are they leaving? What's wrong? It's watching that live concurrent streamers, viewers. It messes with your mind. You're like, it's great, it's horrible, it's great, it's horrible. And then I like sometimes I talk about cryptocurrency and I see people leaving. I'm like, okay, and then don't forget cryptocurrency no more. Making money online. This is like the main topic that people want to know. I should really do this like every time. Maybe I'll make like how to make money with this or that. Maybe that would be a cool theme for the live stream. But let me multitasking. I see. Multitasking is not real. Do you know this? People will defend multitasking, but it's really you're switching. Your brain is switching tasks. Brain cannot do two things at the same time, which is really says that you just stay on the stream for the whole time. Just kidding. What were we talking about? Oh, the course. Yeah, the course. Thank you for pressing the likes. Because you press, you know what? Because you press the likes, I'm gonna give you more stuff. I have another course which is very similar, but it's like passive income course. In that course, I added some of my like stuff about cryptocurrency. Or no, I'm gonna add. I'm behind. I haven't added to that course either. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Well, I already promised to give that course, so I'm gonna give that course for free. So I'll make a coupon and then I'll post it. That course is better than the one I sent before. It's a little bit more recent that I updated. Let me see. I understand. That's why I left. I get it. I'm not as important as actual things you have to do. By the way, when I see the screen name, it says Academy of Meaningful Education. I don't know who you are because like a lot of people have the screen names that are long, but it doesn't tell me the name. And sometimes between different calls, different live streams, different people have long names, and I kind of remember, kind of don't remember. Like there's a person like living in lifestyles on Citrus County. I will confuse this person with another person next on the next call, and then it will just be like screwing with my mind because I'm like, was this person on the previous call or not? So because I don't want to seem like an idiot repeating things, or like I remember you in this business, and then they're like, I'm not in that business. It's a little water. Let's see. Yeah, how to make money online. It's a good topic. Let me actually look at the curriculum of that passive income course. So let's see if there's anything fun for us to discuss. Ooh, Amazon dropshipping and Amazon arbitrage. It's interesting, but it's a hard business and it can get banned from Amazon. But it's not a bad one. A lot of people ask about it. You know what? Because I'm so nice, I already put that on YouTube. So you can have this free also. Let me get you that link. Drop shipping. It's like a little bit dated, but not so horrible. So video link there. Never buy inventory, because that's the good thing about the Amazon arbitrage. You don't have to actually buy the product, which is the pain point that most people have. So here is the link to that YouTube video. It's basically a course that I put on YouTube. And let's see. Let me see what else people are saying. KJ, hi. You're like a long timer person where we did Zooms before. I think I'm gonna try to do Zoom and live stream the Zoom. I don't know how to do this yet. The live streaming is weird because when you do it through another software, there's always something that goes wrong, like audio has problems or video has problems, and then I don't even know how to fix it because I gotta be talking and I can't be fixing it and troubleshooting. So a lot of these times it's kind of like uh, you just get more technical issues than you want. But maybe I'll try it. Maybe in July, I'll experiment with Zoom and stream the Zoom. Meh. Somebody suggested that as a good option. Sounds interesting. Let's check, by the way, if somebody messaged me on Upwork. It's probably like nighttime. Any messages? No. Come on. No. Sad. If you're just joining the call, we didn't experiment where we were going to sell something to people on Upwork that we were going to get made in a couple of minutes with AI. But so far, no cigar. Maybe they will answer tomorrow. And then I'll be like, I don't even know how to make your thing because I never made exactly that thing that they said. So I'm like, oh, well, how about you raise the price because it's going to take me forever to figure it out because I don't know how to I don't know how to integrate uh, emails, email clients to ChatGPT. They want to spend all day on it tomorrow. So I'm like, can you? I know I made. It was a typo. Not. It wasn't 2,000. It was 5,000. If you were online earlier in the call, we did this funny experiment. So, let's look for more online businesses, online business ideas, passive income from providing services, or like pet sitting. This is my long-term business that I like. That it doesn't pay a lot, but again, every business can pay a lot if you do it right. Because what if you're like really good at it, and you live in a small town and everybody knows you for pet sitting, so you just hire pet sitters, and suddenly you have a company where you hire employees, but you're the one who's doing the marketing, getting the clients, but you're collecting from every dog being pet sat or whatever, pet sitting. A long time ago, I wanted to do this business just because I wanted to play with dogs, because I wanted a dog, but I never had one. But after I had kids, I'm like, I cannot possibly have a dog. I don't know how people do this. People say like, you should have a dog before you have kids. Well, what you gonna do with the dog when you have a kid? Like having a kid was so incredibly, like you don't have any extra time, so I don't know how you're supposed to take care of a dog. People who say that, I wanna meet them face to face, and I wanna be like, what are you talking about? And I'm sure they'll have some kind of a cop out answer, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. But there are businesses like rover.com. I'm going to post it here. Rover, you can basically, it's like Amazon for pet sitting or dog walking. So if you want to do dog walking, which is a kind of a cool business, like you get to play with somebody else's dog, which I would do for free. I would walk somebody else's dog, which I would do for free and have so much fun. And I would get paid for it. That's it. Like it's a perfect lifestyle business. It's not going to make you super rich in most cases, but you like enjoy your life. I really like lifestyle businesses. I'll tell you a business idea that I had, kind of a lifestyle business. I may, I'm still thinking about it, open an art center, like a creative center for artsy people, because that's what I like. like music and writers, and it's a community that, like, when I'm on my free time, I kind of go to that community. Sometimes I like play guitar and sing on like open mics, so maybe something like that. But I want to start my own, so I can have like events there, like poetry readings one day, music open mics another day, comedy open mics a different day, like just like an event space for little like mid-size events. So I'm thinking of doing something like that because it's like I'm tired of being online all the time. Most of my day is just like sitting with a computer. It's like I'm gonna spend my whole life like it's gonna be on my gravestone. Like this man sat in front of a computer 95% of the time after the internet was invented. Before the internet was invented, he had a life. Scratch that. He probably didn't have a life then either. That's my tombstone. So I might do a brick and mortar thing, meet actual people, and maybe there would be like exercise. Before, I had like many years ago, I had this cool business where I was a hike group organizer, where I would take people on hikes. And I had some like really cool themes, like find hidden shipwrecks that you can see like in low tide, really cool stuff. And that business didn't pay much at all. Like I used to ask people to donate for my time, for taking them on the hike. I could make like 20, $30 per hike. So it's not enough to live off because you gotta promote the hike, you gotta like take people on the hike. It's a few hours of your time at least. But it's a cool business that you would do anyway, right? Like exercise while hiking, meeting people. So I'm like, people actually paid me to join this hike, right? People paid for this. So I'm like, all right, I'll do this. This is a cool business. So I was thinking to incorporate that into the brick and mortar thing. But that's coming up. I might do it. I might move. And then when I move, I might do it there. The problem with a brick and mortar company, a business, is like if you move, it kills that business. When I moved from the area where I did the hiking, I moved. So I had to kill that business. It's just like overnight, poof, dead. Like Shopify, but IRL, in real life. You start paying for your account, it's dead. In any case, but I did like Rover and like these kinds of businesses. It's like lifestyle business. I like lifestyle businesses because actually I made a lot of friends in that hiking business, and a lot of people don't know this about me, but for a few years I was a boxing coach as a part-time job, like just like a fun part-time job, and I met a lot of people, and it was super fun. And then I became friends with those people that I met in the gym outside of the gym. Like we would hang out and we would do stuff together, like like actually having a life. Because when you're an adult, it's kind of hard to meet people. So, like just making friends is hard. So, I kind of like those health slash artsy slash active activities and businesses. I For lifestyle business, it's cool. Like I don't think I would make like if I opened my own brick and mortar business, I don't think I would make a lot of money. I think I would be poor, at least for a couple of years. But I would get to know like so many people. Um, so and then you become rich because with every event your email list grows, and then more people can come to your events, and then you can charge more, you can sell more stuff. It's basically an email list building business when you run events over time. And at some point, people just start to know you in that local area. And if you run good events, you'll get more and more attendance. People will love you. That actually happened with my hiking business. Like after a while, people just knew like this guy puts on cool events, and they would come. And sadly, that business had to die because I had moved. But before that, it was cool. I'm a little nostalgic about it. Like I want to do something like that again one day. But let me look at that passive income course for other ways to make money. Well, I talk about um, book creation, which today is super easy. You can create a book in a couple of minutes, sell it on Amazon. But the book has to be actually like good and readable. Otherwise, people will complain. So it's not really 5 minutes. You have to read it to see if it's good. Um, there's the idea of licensing. There's this little known online business called PLR, private label rights. Even before AI, like if you have to write a book, it will take you a month, and it would not even be good. So what you could do instead is license an existing book under the PLR, which stands for private label rights license, and then you can resell that book as though you wrote it. Very similar like white label products. You buy something from China, put your logo on it, now it's from your brand. No, it's not. It's from China, but people don't know. The consumers don't know that. So it's a very popular kind of a business to do. So that's what I was thinking to do. Or actually, we can talk about that. PLR books, PLR courses. I actually sell PLR courses. Like people can license my courses because I have a bunch of Udemy courses. But books, I sell books for licensing, but they're very much less popular. So, yeah. But on the flip side, you can buy books to then sell on your website or Amazon. And the good part about this business is you get in the business on like literally day one. As soon as you bought an ebook, you start selling it. So the barrier to entry is zero, like $10 or $5. I don't sell it for $5, but other retailers sell it for $5. Let me read the question. Would that get tricky with books because wouldn't the audience know if they are dupes? Well, sometimes people want to sell the book on their own website, or some people want to give away the book for free just to get a bigger email list. So most people, and then they change the cover and the title and everything. It really looks like it's from the other person who bought it. So most buyers don't end up knowing or realizing that it's a book from a different author. Sometimes they do, but it's okay. Like, the same book can be sold under two different covers. It's just the money goes to that other person, not me. With courses, it's weirder because like somebody will say, like they will license a course of mine and they will say like, it's a course from our brand, but like I'm in the course. So they have to somehow introduce like, hey, this guy is part of the course, but it's part of our brand. They go through these hoops, but it's possible. And courses are just such a more popular product to sell, and they sell for more money because books, you're not going to sell a book for more than $15, right? Course you can sell for $49.99, $79.99, $99.99. So it's a course PLR is a good business actually. But that's in its viable. It's a little bit less popular today. Books because fewer people read books. Courses because we don't know what's happening with AI. And also the same reason for the books. But it's a cool business. It's cooler to be the seller, not the licensor. Because for a licensor, you take a little risk. For the seller, there's no risk. Because you already have the content that you made. Anything else we should discuss? Let me check what else I talk about in that course so I can discuss it here. PLR books, affiliate marketing, we talked about it. Actually, we didn't talk about it too much on this call. Selling physical products. Oh, I'll tell you a funny story. So there was this woman who hired me. She was a chemist, food chemist. And she invented or created this kind of a cooking salt, which is super beautiful looking, especially when cooked in certain ways. So if you want to make a dish at home and you want to use salt, but make it like super beautiful, you can buy her salt. And she tried to get the salt sold in different stores like in America, like Trader Joe's, Whole Foods. If you're not familiar, Whole Foods is like expensive, and Trader Joe's is super cheap. And there is that salt already sold in those stores. Hers was just kind of more beautiful because she was a chemist. And that's why she hired me. That's why I know about this, because she tried to get me to figure out how to sell this salt. How did I get into this? Oh, the businesses, right? So her goal was to get into the stores. Now, the stores were such a pain because you can't just get into a store. They ask you to do your own promotions, to give out samples, to have a super fancy packaging that sometimes costs more than the product itself. Because the packaging is in a store under super bright lights. And the store has to make sure that the packaging doesn't go bad. So it has to be like glossy and all this kind of stuff doesn't go bad. So it was super expensive for that person to get into the store. The Whole Foods, she can still make a tiny profit per item. But the only way she was allowed to sell on Trader Joe's, which was discounted already, was if she sold at a tremendous loss. So she just said, like, screw it, I'm not going to do it. So, and that was the end of the story of like selling in stores. Sad story. Let's see, what else should we cover? Back to looking at that course, the passive income course. Oh, there's of course making money with videos like on YouTube. Is anybody into cryptocurrency at all? Does anybody have any Bitcoin? Because that's the other thing. Oh, look, something cool happened. I'll show you my cryptocurrency. It's somebody that I know who bought it, but look. I'm going to share my screen. Screen sharing time. Something exciting happened. Share screen. Here we go. In 1 second, it should share screen. Let me just check. Yeah, comment in the chat. Do you own cryptocurrency? Because I'm going to show you my token. So this is the token that I made. Where's the screen? So there. If you look at the transactions, you see the red are bought traffic, like they bought and sold. But here we have a real human bought for $127 worth, and it sent the price skyrocketing. No, not skyrocketing, but it went from here was you see it's a tenth of a penny, but it was a tenth of a penny, like 0.001004. It went up to 10,001,065. So rich. Now I'm wealthy. No, but the person who bought before is rich, because this guy bought. I had another buyer who bought for $500. These red ones is just bought traffic, because you see there's all these little transactions in these little transactions. That's like bought. It's not a human, but this is a human. He bought at 0.001 when it was 11. Now it's already 0.00165. So it went up by half a thousandth of a penny, but up nonetheless. Pretty interesting. The march towards beating Bitcoin is on. So that's exciting. It's kind of exciting when you get to see the green candles. It's cool. Let me stop sharing my screen. That's just what will happen like now, because I wanted to talk about my token and then that happened. That's the reason I was asking if anybody's into cryptocurrency. Let me check. Oh no, no new comments. All right, so what should we talk about next? Does anybody want to try to buy $1 of that token? Maybe one day that dollar will be $2. I don't know. I'll post a link to a video of how to buy it, and then you can decide on your own. Or there's a better way. Well, like if you wanted to buy a course of mine I can sell it to you for $1 if you buy it through that token. Like you have to buy the token, then send me the token, $1 worth or something, just something nominal, and then I'll send you free access to any course. But let me show you the tutorial for how to like get comfortable and buy this token. I made a like a step-by-step walkthrough of every step. I'll put it in the chat. So you can click this link so you kind of save it, so that because when the live stream is done, I think actually it will still be there, but that's the tutorial. See, yeah. So I posted that video. Basically, were you here when we were talking about like how you don't lose money on inflation, don't lose money on transaction fees, can fundraise with it, this kind of thing? It was from my website, but like I have a website dedicated to that whole coin, like the real world use case of that token. I'll show you. Well, I can just paste the URL. It's a Spark token, so it basically I made it for to be like a fundraising platform or a platform to get tips for creators. So let's say you wanted to tip me on YouTube. It's impossible now because I haven't been keeping up my YouTube. So my channel got under the 3,000 watch hours. So it's not even enough. I have to get back into that 3,000 watch hours, which takes forever. But you can accept tips and donations through cryptocurrency anytime. So by the way, if anybody wants to tip me, also can do that through that cryptocurrency. I saw one live stream a couple of days ago where there was this person doing a live stream and he had like 1 million followers. He was talking about Iran, and he somehow had the connection to get like people sending him videos from their phones in Iran. Like, I don't know how he did it, right? Super cool channel. And he was talking about how before that war started, I don't know, but he had like 941,000 subscribers, and on the call it became like 942,000 subscribers, and then like literally 10 minutes later on that call, 943,000 followers, 1,000 subscribers, and then subscribers were giving him these crazy donations like super chats. Like he got 3 super chats, $50 each, in like the span of 2 minutes. Because usually people give super chat like $2 or $1, right? This guy was getting like $50. I'm like, who are these viewers? I've never seen this. You know, like the most that people give, like, so I saw $10. I'm like, what is going on? So, and that guy really left an impression on me. I'm like, donations, interesting. Because I wouldn't have even thought to ever ask for donations. But now I have like FOMO. Like, that guy got donations. I want to be like that guy. I don't really, like, you know. But it was pretty incredible to see, because he was like, 1,000 more subscribers. How? I think that YouTube takes 30% of super chats. Yeah, but something like 30 or 40, it does. And it was funny, that guy, he was funny. I knew, because he was telling people, don't give me super chats, buy my membership. He had like some membership he was selling somewhere. He's like, buy my membership instead. And I'm like, I know, because YouTube is taking so much money from you. And some people say like, donate to Venmo, but Venmo is only in America. Like, people in Europe couldn't donate. So that's why the cryptocurrency is also a good option, because a lot of people couldn't even, like, don't even have online banking, but they have cryptocurrency in other parts of the world. So it's good to have the other option. You can always get donations with dollars, but you also want to give yourself the option to give yourself donation to take donations with other currencies, like crypto. Let me read the question. Right, that's part of what I did it, because on cryptocurrency, there is like a tiny like the commissions, like if you wanted, so obviously Google takes 30 or 40%, which is criminal, because it's a commission, it's a gift, like you shouldn't touch that. But anyway, I mean, I can understand if they take 3% for transaction fee, but 30 or 40, that's criminal. But even if you fundraise through a Kickstarter, they take 5%. Patreon, they take like 5 or 8 or more percent. They're crazy. And here with cryptocurrency, the transaction fees on the cryptocurrency is 0.2%. I don't personally take anything. I'm not a middleman. Um, so so it's basically like you might pay like pennies in network fees, pennies here and there, but it's pennies. It's one of the benefits of cryptocurrency because, like, between inflation at 5% and transaction fees at 3 to 8%, you will, like you just start losing your money before you ever before, on the very first from the get go, right? So that's why cryptocurrency really saves you. It's like, imagine you got $1, but then everybody puts their hand into your pocket, little commission here, little commission there, and then suddenly you're like, oh, I have 85% of the value that I earned. Yeah, it's like on the my token is made on the Solana blockchain, and the transaction fees are super little. It might like be 0.2, 0.3 depending on the process you use, but like super tiny. Nothing like the theft of credit card companies, 5%, for payment processing and other tax here, tax there. It's like it's crazy. Let me catch up with the comments. Let me quickly check one thing. Okay, let me read. Question. Sam asked, Alex, do you know a person or a website who do marketing for your website? Not really. My personal preference is like you got to figure out yourself, because so many people will promise results, but they just don't deliver the results, because marketing is such a, like, in theory, you hear like, I'm going to promote you on Facebook or this way or that way, and you think great because you kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's sales, that's marketing that they're doing to you. The real marketing in anything and almost anything is like struggle, figure it out. If you have to pay for the struggle, it's too expensive. Like so much marketing is like that. So I'm not a, it's like, I'm not a believer in doing it that way. I can get behind doing it a different way, like you figure out the marketing and then you just hire a freelancer to replicate what you've been doing. That works. I'm for that, because you figured out how to make it go. But kind of hoping for the best, like hiring on a hope and a prayer, isn't good. Try, Sam, that idea that I mentioned earlier in this call, in the very, very beginning of this call, if you recall, of get those, you can hire, but get them to be transparent in exactly what their tasks will be to promote you and what they're going to be spending their time on. Because let's discuss that on the next call, because sometimes like they'll tell you the strategies that you're like, I don't even want you to be doing this kind of stuff. In any case, yeah, 2%. Yeah, comment about 2%. Yeah, small transaction fees. And I made my, yeah, the task list, Sam. That would be super interesting, because it would be super eye-opening. Like, when there was a time some years ago, I tried to hire for a SEO service called link building, which is a very tedious and time-consuming service that I was really good at it myself, but I just didn't have the time to do it. So, but I knew how to do it because I taught a course in this. I was on top of it. And I went on Fiverr and I tried to hire like one person, another person, and I kept asking them, like, what are you gonna do for your link building? And they were kind of secretive. They didn't tell me. Like, they were like, well, I can't tell you my secrets because they worry that you're gonna just take what they're telling you and do it by yourself. But whenever I did get to the bottom of it, the strategies that they were gonna do were horrible. They were giving me strategies like, literally, this is what I remember. I'm gonna go on YouTube and paste links in comments, which is a spam strategy. Like, you're gonna get banned before anything. You're not gonna get traffic this way. The traffic you get are gonna hate you because you spammed. They're gonna only click like, who is this spammer, and go away. And stuff, and commenting in blog posts, it also wasn't gonna work. So it's like waste of time. So that was kind of eye-opening. Like, most of these freelancers are just like not good, don't know what they're doing. If you hire a firm, they know more what they're doing, but they're more expensive. And then they'll maybe give you a junior person to execute most of your work. That's another problem. Is that you often end up with, they say, you're gonna get this great stuff, but you end up with a junior person because they have to, the service business is tricky because they live in the margin, right? They charge you $1, they pay their staff 50 cents, and between 50 cents and $1, this is their profit. They have to squeeze, either overcharge you or squeeze their employees by hiring junior ones. That's how that business works for the most part, right? Like free, service. They live in that margin between what they pay what they pay their employees and what they charge you, and they constantly have to like overcharge you, lowball pay their employees. Employees aren't happy or incompetent because they've been underpaid, and then you get this bad result. That's why, there's the other case of like, sometimes freelancers. I understand freelancers. I wanted to be, and I was one for a long time, because it is a good way to pay rent if you're struggling. Like, when I was on my own, like early on in my career, I got a computer science degree, and I was a software engineer, and that was going well until I got this kind of virus in my mind that I want to start my own business. So I quit my engineering job, and I started starting businesses, which started failing because I was an engineer. I wasn't a business person. I didn't know anything. But what happened that was really interesting, is I decided, okay, I'm going to get clients by freelancing and building people websites and software, because I was kind of good at that. And so I tried to get freelancing jobs as a software engineer, and it was painfully hard because I would get all these people who wanted to talk but like wouldn't want to hire me. I would have meeting after endless meeting, and it just wouldn't work. So I know that it was like desperate, right? Because the businesses that I was starting weren't working. It was like a way for me to pay my rent. But at the end of the day, I also remember like the struggle, and that, like, because people are in like a financial hardship moment, they're not going to tell you, I don't know this, I don't know that. They'll just take the money. They'll take money for anything, and they'll say, okay, I can do everything for you. But even if they're junior, they wouldn't be honest about it. So also the psychological element of what drives people to become freelancers is also a part of it. So anyway, by the way, how's everybody doing? Should we spend a little bit more time and go to sleep? I know where some people are on this call, but I don't know where everyone is. Where's everyone from? I know where Sam is from. Sam is in Central Time, so it's not so late for Sam. I'm on East Coast time, so for me it's 10:30. Where else is everyone else from? There's a delay of like me saying something and people seeing it in their chat. So sometimes I have to like wait. But if I just wait, the stream becomes really boring. So let's see what else we can discuss. I think we discussed like so many Different ways to make money. Oh, West Coast Pacific time. It's still light out. Where on the West Coast are you? I grew up in San Francisco, and I may move to the LA area. I don't know yet. Specifically, Pasadena area. As my wife's parents are from there, she wants to move closer to the parents, and so I might move to Pasadena, and that's where I might thinking to open my artsy center thing there. I went to Pasadena a month ago. I'm gonna go back in a week or so, just to look for places to get familiar. Oh, SF Bay Area, cool. I grew up in San Francisco. I grew up right in San Francisco, and I went to university, to San Jose State University, which is right there whereabouts, and I went to the 4-year university was SF State, but my first 2 years I spent in City College of San Francisco, which honestly was the best education that I got because it was better than SFSU. Which city are you in the Bay Area? Because I kind of know this area. Sorry, I didn't mean SFSU. I meant SJSU, San Jose State University, because San Jose State was good in computer science, but it was still not great. But you know what? I actually spent a lot of time in SFSU, in that giant library, because that giant library was open 24 hours a day, and I used to study there a lot. There was like this in the library. There was like a giant study room. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I used to study there like all the time because I was a computer science major, and I had all these math and physics classes that were just killing me, and I would go to that library all the time, and I still would not do well in those classes. Cool. Do you have my email, or maybe through Udemy? People won't know who you are because it just says Academy of Meaningful Education. I don't think they will find you. That would take some incredible detective like San Jose State University. I think no, because I'm old. So I went to university. I I studied in that library in San Francisco State University in like 2001 or 2 or 3. No, like 1 or 2 or yeah, something like that. Or 3, something like that. Yeah. Sometimes like when you're old, you're like, I'm from a different century, people. Okay, yeah. Send me a message to Udemy. Just make sure you remind me about this chat because here I just have probably a different name than what's on Udemy. Which course are you taking on Udemy? Sorry, it's like dead air. I'm waiting for the reply, and I don't have another topic. Oh, thanks. Cool. The courses I posted. You learned about this live stream from the Udemy email that I sent or from the live stream on YouTube? Ah, I see. Yeah. Ah, the Napoleon Hill. That's a throwback course. That's one I made for a while ago. That course is not very good because I made it a long time ago, and the audio video of that course is just not great. The content is not bad, but like I think I since then I started presenting much better, creating nicer visuals for the courses, creating better quality audio. So sorry you in that course. That's not my best. Ah, yeah, from the Udemy announcement. Yeah, it's nice. I like these kind of hangouts with people from the courses because it's nice to know what people are up to. When I was doing it through Zoom, it was way more personable and we had a better time. I need to, but I kind of like the idea of bringing it all back to YouTube Live, because I'm trying to revive my YouTube channel a little bit also. Um, but this channel was popular in like 2013 or 14, something like that. But then I just spent so much time on YouTube that this channel kind of became a little bit dormant, which is kind of sad. Who thinks we should go to sleep soon? I'll stay until maybe like 11 p.m. US Eastern, which is in like 25 minutes, and then we'll go to sleep, everybody. Unless you're a different part of the world. Because I already told all my stories about I'm gonna work on a AI agent software next week, and going to LA and doing my cryptocurrency, all this kind of stuff. What else do I have? All the online business ideas. I think we covered so many things, and most people like went to sleep. Is everybody asleep or is everybody still here? I see there's some people who are like, it says concurrent viewers. There's some still people soldiering on, but maybe just online, but like went to sleep. Yeah, it's a good hours for the, it's a good strategy for the 3,000 hours, but it doesn't really like, because what really has to happen is YouTube has to start driving traffic to these calls, because most of the people in these calls are actually from Udemy, and for some reason like YouTube just like doesn't love me. Like, why doesn't YouTube love me? So maybe if I do it regularly, because you see like really the 3,000 hours is not a benchmark that you want, because you don't really get great benefits at 3,000 hours. You really get great benefits at 4,000 hours, which is where you can make money with ads and stuff like that. That's really the milestone that people are after, the 4,000 view hours. But to get to the 4,000 view hours, even if I had a stream of like 2 hours or 3 hours, I would need, like hundreds of people on it to stay the whole time. But people don't stay the whole time. So, you kind of take it with a grain of salt a little bit. Um, what we could do is when I go to sleep, if people just leave their devices on and keep the live stream on in their browser so that it like adds to my hours, that would actually help, because it would be like a lot of hours. I can just leave this live stream forever. And if you leave your browser tab in, that will be like leave your browser tab on. That would be a super hack. But short of that, I need to. That's a pretty good hack, actually. We should do that. But short of that, like somehow YouTube has to start promoting me. That's why I was reminiscing about that guy who had that live stream where every 10 minutes he was getting 1,000 new subscribers, not viewers, subscribers, meaning he was getting like thousands of viewers every few minutes on this live stream. I think you maybe the key is to do like a newsy live stream, so that maybe something like current, because that guy was talking about Iran, and he was not just talking about Iran, he was really like cool, like insightful, like he had like videos that people were posting from their phones while they're in Iran, and like fire here, bomb there, that kind of thing. Yeah. um but I don't have anything related, like even remotely close to that, but uh maybe something newsy. The problem is like my niches, my things I talk about, like business, digital marketing. There's not a lot of great news. Like I have news, like I launched my token, nobody cares. I have other news, nobody cares. There's like news in the SEO world. The LLM SEO is taking over. Like basically, in other words, how to get ChatGPT to promote you. I can talk about how to get ChatGPT to promote you. Like when people ask, what's the best, service provider for this? How do you get ChatGPT to say that it's you? Because if it can say that it's you to a lot of people, and a lot of people are asking ChatGPT, but you can talk about that. That's like one of the hottest marketing trends. But even so, like if we talk about it, I don't think YouTube is gonna drive me all this. Like YouTube just doesn't hasn't been giving me love. I'm waiting for. I'm waiting, YouTube. I'm waiting. Let me get a little water. What else should we discuss? I am totally. Which part is cool? The SEO, the ChatGPT promoting, or that guy getting all these thousands of people on his stream? I mean, that guy getting thousands of people, or the fact that he was able to get people to send him live videos. That actually was cool, because if I go to YouTube and I would look for that topic, I would get like, like clips from news or whatever, but they're all talking about the same thing. But that guy was getting like really original, cool footage. So I thought, wow, maybe people on that stream kind of knew him, and that's why they were because he was also getting the super chat, like $50 donations. Maybe that's why. ChatGPT promoting you. Yeah, because people are like, you don't know this, like, but like chat people are asking ChatGPT all kinds of things, like who is the best, at this, who is the best person at this, and if you can just bribe ChatGPT, no, not bribe, like create enough content and write a great bio and be present on social media and really explain on your website what your niche is. ChatGPT will recommend you for some things. It's a cool thing. Like I've done a lot of experiments where like I got it to recommend me. Sometimes I get it to recommend me, and then like next day it doesn't recommend me anymore, and then I'm like, what happened? Why? In any case, that's ChatGPT. We should talk about it next time. Next time I might have a guest, the guy from last time. Sam, did you enjoy that call from last time where we did like a two-person live stream where um, we talked about decision making? Did you think that was a good format, or what are your thoughts? Because I'm planning to have another call with him, and right now we're thinking of a good topic. I think Monday call we'll do like a call with him, unless things change, unless plans change. But cool, yeah. I like having him on also. It also is helpful to have like new ideas, a new perspective, because sometimes I just run out of my own stuff to talk about. Like now, I'm thinking, what should I talk about now? What should I talk about now? We talked about everything, even that guy with the cool live stream. Can we try this experiment where if I leave the live stream up and whoever wants to help me can leave the browser just open, unless you turn the unless you turn the computer off when you go to sleep? Also, it's bad for the environment to leave it open, because the if you have a laptop, um, the best thing for the environment to do is to just close your laptop, because if the laptop goes to sleep, it still uses a lot of power. But if you shut it, it doesn't lose a lot of power. It's almost as though you turned it off. It uses a little power, but little. So in case you already leave your browser on, or sorry, leave your computer kind of on until you come back to the next day, if you can leave this browser tab open, and I will leave the stream just running, and let's see what happens. I can report what happened on the next stream. Yeah, that would be a cool experiment. Um, Maybe one-time experiment. But I think this would be a cool super hack. Like imagine you get your friends and family to just like watch your live stream, and you leave a forever live you leave a forever live stream on. Let's see how long it would take. So like 24 hours. Let's say you get 5 people. That's 100 hours per day. And so in just over a month, without doing anything else, you get to the 4 hour. But I feel like YouTube will ban you if you do it that much. So just do it like partially like that. I know what some people do. It's not a hack, but it's a thing in the music niche. Some people have like uh, they play like soothing music, 24 hours soothing music, and it really plays like 24 hours soothing music, and some people watch that. So that's what I can have, 24 hours soothing music. I see. You won't go to sleep. Right, right, because you're on the west coast. It's earlier. Let's see. In that case, yeah, let's leave it on. I'll be able to report the way YouTube shows me the metrics is it shows me the metrics like what's the view watch time for the call, but then after the call, oh no, because this will be a part of the call, so I won't really know. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Live cams. That's interesting. It's unfathomable how much storage YouTube has to have. If people are posting just live cams, because that's like forever. And if there's an infinite number of live cams, interesting. But I won't know. You see, if we do this experiment, I won't know. Let's say you leave the computer on for 3 more hours. I won't be able to know if it was part of this stream or not, because it will be lumped into the one metric. Now, if like let's say 5 people just leave it on for a while, then I'll know because I'll have numbers that are like really unusual numbers. So I don't know exactly how do you tell? And I don't know what my watch time is until I end the call. I know there's an average watch time duration, 22 people. Sorry, 22 minutes and 44 seconds. It's pretty good. But yeah, I think if you leave it on for a while, that would be cool. I can just do like a new live stream. I can just leave this one on. Um, but why do you want to make a new one? You mean like to play music? I can do music because I um I play guitar. I can do like live music, but not so good. Like it will drive people away from the live stream. People will be like, I could have stayed for the silence, but oh yeah, silence, relaxation, live stream. No talking, quiet space. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, I see. Well, I couldn't. I don't think I can make a new live stream while I'm on this live stream. Let me try. Because I don't want to kill this one, because there's like some people concurrently watching on this one. That would defeat the purpose. But let's see if I can make a new one. Thank you for brainstorming this hack, because it's super, it's really annoying that YouTube, like, because it's not like a new channel even, because this channel has like 40,000 subscribers, but I just haven't really been so active, and like they're giving me no love. They made this stupid rule of like you lose your monetization. Let me try. Okay, I have to go to a new. I guess I could go live again. How would that work? So is our experiment is that I'll only tell you about this live stream or whoever else wants to join, and then I'll leave it. But that's if I have to leave it for a long time. Because for a short time, for sure, this time is counting towards the watch time. It's the whether you leave it on. I'm a little worried about creating a new live stream while this one is on. I don't know. Is the universe gonna explode? What's gonna happen? Let me try. I guess you can schedule another stream. I don't know. I'm afraid to press wrong buttons and end the stream. But maybe we can do this. I can, because it is 11 p.m. for me now, and I'm totally out of topics, and nobody's asking me business questions anymore. So I think we've talked through everything. But let me just leave this stream running and see what happens. Because tomorrow morning, let's see. Because right now we have some concurrent people. I'm sure they went to sleep already because nobody's chatting anymore and everybody's out. So don't close the stream. And then I'm gonna go to sleep. And when I wake up, I'm gonna check in. And if anybody's still here, I'll be like, "Hello, what's up?" um, does that sound fair? Unless anyone has questions. Question. All right. I'm waiting for the question. Sam, do you want to try that experiment where you just leave this browser tab open? Do you turn the computer off at night or not really? I think, yeah, if you close the stream, you can get back in if you have that link. Do you need the link or you, okay? You're welcome for the classes, of course. You just need the link to get back into the stream. That's a cool idea. But then I don't know honestly how long I should keep this stream because I need this computer to work. I can't be streaming because like the camera is on me, Uh, I'll be like, I gotta do other work. People are watching. But you know what? I do have another computer. Yeah, yeah. PC to sleep. Yeah, that also makes sense. Let's see. I do have another computer. I can just endlessly stream from that. I guess I have to recruit some people. That's funny. Yeah, that is funny. But I would be shy because when I work, it's not pretty. It's like my face is like this. Mm, how to do this? And so I make all these weird, ugly faces. I know that because the other day I was having a technical challenge with the live stream for a different call, and then when I saw myself in the recording, I was like, wow, that guy looked like I looked super pissed because I was trying to figure something out, and it's just like my face was like crooked, like not like symmetrical, but like it was like tilted. Oh, work with me videos. That is actually interesting. You know, actually, like people would pay money for this, right? Because I have a little bit of kind of cred. Because people want to know, like, how do I make courses and how do I get like so many students and how do I do online business and blah blah blah. This actually might be cool. Hmm. But I mean, honestly, it would be boring because most of my days, like, I'm gonna go get a snack. Okay, now I'm gonna be stuck on this issue. Now I'm gonna edit a video. Now I'm gonna film a video. This would be really boring unless I talk through it. That would be actually interesting. Maybe I'll do a work with me. I just need more people on the streams because, like, if like two people watch me work, it's a little silly. It will feel a little silly, but maybe no. It's an interesting concept because I think people do want to know, like, what is it really like the course business or other businesses, what it's like on the inside, like, or the day to day, minute to minute of it. By the way, there's a chance I might do a live, but specifically about how to become a teacher on Udemy, like Udemy related things. Um, maybe tomorrow with a co-host, but it's probably not an interesting topic for most people. Yeah, you see, I thought so too. This was supposed to happen when you're live. YouTube is supposed to promote you, but we are at a relatively low concurrent view watch people like and it's mostly people from like who I invited or like people that I know like Sergey or people from Udemy that I send an email, but there's not like a lot of it doesn't seem like there's a lot of new people, so I don't so and that's weird because you usually let me open an incognito window. Okay, let me see what's happening. Let's do this experiment together. I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. Let's see if anybody, this is my favorite thing to do now, refresh the cryptocurrency. Did anybody buy? No, this person who bought, that was the last one. Let's refresh. If the page refreshes by itself, and I'm like, maybe there is hope. Okay, so, all right. So nobody bought. But I like these kind of green candles going up. That's exciting. All right, so let's go to open incognito window. Before we do that, let's look at, so this is the stream, and um, I did like SEO keywords, right? So Shopify, LLM SEO, crowdfunding, Replit. Let's look for, so okay, so those keywords. Let's do view source. No, sorry, not view source. I'm file new incognito window. Let's go to YouTube. And let's say I search for Shopify. It should put me like one of the first few because I'm live. Shopify. But I don't think I'll be live. I mean, I don't think I'll be shown. Come on, YouTube. Why you can't find me? Can't promote me? So this is not cool, YouTube. Back in the day, it would be almost a guarantee that they would promote you. I think today, I don't know why. Sad. Let's look for Replit. Maybe Replit will be better, less competitive. So I'm not. No. What was the other stuff? Let's try crowdfunding. That's a competitive term. Maybe LLM SEO. I'm popular in this. That's my full course on this, but that's not this live stream. That's a different video I posted about it. Different video. No, so this call is not here. What about the hashtags that I used? Because I used some hashtags. Let's say Replit hashtag. Come on. Well, this has been very disappointing. So sad. Okay, let's stop sharing. Let's see, I gotta catch up with the comments. The channels that do more live videos seem to grow more. Yeah, I think so. I'm hoping that if I do this regularly, YouTube will give me some promotional love. But also, like if it wasn't for the Udemy students and my own promotions, like it would be kind of crickets. Like there's no, like I was supposed to get traffic from YouTube, but at the moment it's just crickets. So I don't know why it hates me. I think maybe I need to like do post more on it. I don't know, but I've been kind of trying to revive this channel for a while, since like mid-April. So it's not like it's early, it's been taking some time, but maybe I'll keep doing this kind of stuff. Nothing. Yeah. Okay, so I can do earlier. Yeah, I can do something like once a week. This month my schedule is weird, so I'm kind of compressing them in a few days in a row, almost in a row, not quite. Usually I can space it out, which is better, because I think people will get pretty sick of watching me every other day. They were like, oh, I understand why you made the crypto comment, because I checked that crypto thing, but that thing updates like a few hours later, I think, or 1 hour later. I don't know exactly, but I it it even if you bought it now, it wouldn't show you. But it would be exciting if you bought it. If you bought it, now we have a concurrent user, like another user, but I don't know if it's a Udemy person or not, because Udemy hasn't been promoting it. So, and also by this time of the live stream, we're like over 3 hours. I'm sure it's really boring for people, because I'm also tired. I'm like blah 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 blah. Who are you, new person who joined? Welcome, of course. Can you comment in the chat um, if you're coming from a Udemy course or you found it through YouTube? Oh, you know what? Let me go to ChatGPT and ask. How come? How come YouTube does not promote some live streams? Weak click-through signals. Thumbnail not eye-catching. That's true. I didn't make a good one this time. Poor SEO. No, I got SEO. Low viewer retention. Violates guidelines. Repetitive or spammy topics. Fake crypto giveaways. Mine wasn't fake. Flagged chat behavior. Okay, so if you're violating something. Poor timing or saturated topic. Okay, fine. So not enough subscribers. Okay. So I guess I have a bad click-through rate, possibly. All right, I think I'm getting a little bit tired. Let me leave the stream just on and I'll pretend to YouTube that I'll be back, but I'm going to sleep. um, thank you everybody for joining and sticking with me for these 3 hours. Maybe everybody else fell asleep. And I'll see you when I wake up tomorrow. Somebody just joined, but that is too late. Okay. Oh, wait. You know what? I just got some news that is not bad news. I posted a course on Udemy. Is everybody still here? I posted a course on Udemy, how to use all the benefits of this crypto token. And that course just got approved just now. Let me send you the free link to that. It's kind of a promotional course of this token a little bit, but it walks everything step by step and it explains all the benefit, and it actually will give you a clear idea of the benefits of not just this token but DeFi, the decentralized finance, how it's different from the centralized finance. So let me post that. So this will give you free access to that course. Okay, now I'm going to sleep. Mission accomplished. Now, good night. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test.